2. Stand by. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll call this meeting to order. Welcome to the regular council meeting of the Village of Ruidoso. It is July 13th, 2021, and it's 1 p.m. If you'll stand with me and join me for a moment of silence, the invocation, and then we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our gracious Father, our God in heaven, we give thanks to you for this day. For this is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Father, we seek your wisdom, your understanding and knowledge in conducting this business that is presented to this village council. And we receive from our citizens their concerns and their wants. And Father, let us just open up our ears to hear what is to be said and to know what is your will for our community. Bless those that are hurting, Lord. Help them heal, and also the protection of all, including our firefighters, police officers, all frontline workers, hospital staff. We seek your direction in all that we do this day. In the mighty name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with
liberty and justice for all.
I
Salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
All right. Mr. Senator, can we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Crawford,
Here.
Councilor Salas,
Here.
Councilor Lutterman,
Here.
Councilor Eby,
Thank you.
Councilor Cornelius,
Here.
Councilor Coughlin,
Here.
Councilor Jackson.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum, Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Ron. And if I could get a motion for approval of today's agenda, and please include, if you will, giving the mayor the ability to move the agenda around.
Mr. Mayor, so move that the agenda be approved as presented and to give the chair the ability to move the consent items and other items as needs must.
Second.
Roll call, please, Ron.
Councilor Jackson,
Aye.
Councilor Salas,
Aye.
Councilor Lutterman,
Aye.
Councilor Eby,
Aye.
Councilor Cornelius,
Aye.
Councilor Coughlin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll start with the consent regular items. Number 1 is approval of governing body minutes, June 8th, 2021 regular meeting, June 8th, 2021 regular that's a misspelled word there, regular meeting, rescheduled regular meeting, June 16th special meeting. Item number 2 is ratification of adoption of resolution 2021-33, a resolution declaring an emergency in the village of Ruidoso. Item number 3 is approval of joint powers agreement between the Village of Ruidoso Police Department and the Ruidoso Downs Racetrack to provide security. Item number 4, approval of joint powers agreement between the Village of Ruidoso Police Department and the Ruidoso Downs Jockey Club to provide security. Item number 5, approval of change order number 7 with White Sands Construction for the Village Hall Edition GC IP 20002, request to increase time to 12 days to September 29th, 2021, and request an increase the contract amount by $61,059.78, including gross receipts tax. Item number 6 is approval of a T-hanger lease agreement between the Village of Ruidoso, Sierra Blanca Regional Airport, and Trent Lindmark for Charlie 8 T-hanger beginning on June 14th, 2021. Item number 7 is request to schedule a public hearing on August 10th, 2021 for ordinance 2021-03, an ordinance amending the Village of Ruidoso Municipal Code of Ordinances, Chapter 22, Buildings and Building Regulations, Article 2, Building Codes, Section 22-31, building, electrical, plumbing, and mechanical codes adopted amendments, and the repeal and replacement of Chapter 42, Fire Prevention and Protection.
Mayor, before you receive approval, just on item number 5, can we, for the record, have that reflect that it's changing all the lighting fixtures in that building to energy efficient?
Oh, item number 5?
Yes.
Okay.
'Cause
So-
it doesn't really talk about what the,
Yes, I mean, the council understands that, but item number 5 on the Village Hall is to upgrade all the lighting to LED for energy efficiency and usage, and the payback on the 61,000 seems to be all be in order, so let the record reflect.
It's an upfront cost, but a savings in the long term.
Right. Okay, need a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move that the consent agenda be approved as read with the editorial corrections as reflected in item number 5.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a tie for second. We're eager beavers today, so roll call, please, Ron.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Eby. Counselor Salas.
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius. Counselor Coughlin.
Aye,
Thank you.
we're just trying to speed it along.
Yeah, we're going to try to do that. We have a long one today. I think what I'd like to do is we'll skip over the public input portion, then the mayor reports and presentation, board and commissions, village manager's report, reports from municipal officials, head directly to the public. I want to back up to the public input. We have some letters in that we want to discuss on a couple of items that will be coming up in the regular items. One is the cannabis. And before I read these, I just want to make a little statement about the cannabis. And I think what the council is trying to do is, with all the excitement, both at for and against, and people that aren't sure what's happening on the legalization of cannabis, is that what we're seeing is that right now the path to opening up to just retail recreational use has an unfair advantage by the big companies. I don't need to name names, but most of you, if you're involved in this or read up on it, you understand that there are a few big grows that have all these medical cannabis dispensaries, and you've seen some of them just start popping up in town here. They're all over the state. And what we saw is that the local folks don't even understand what's happening, that would maybe be able to take advantage of this in their businesses, their shops. If the council here was talking about revenue, that's one of our big concerns. Health, safety, welfare, the finances, the water, all those things are paramount with this council. But it's not all about revenue. We're financially sound. If we were thinking about just revenue, we would go ahead and say, let's all run for the gold rush and see what we can do, and let's get in our 35% of that tax that will be levied on these products. But that's not what this council is about. We're looking at the long-term effects. We're looking at trying to have a fair playing field for our locals, our small businesses here that don't even understand the rules, because quite frankly, you have legislators that have passed this, but still it has to go to the regulatory department for rules and regulations and things like that haven't been established. What we do know is that basically it looks like for around $1,500, anybody can get a recreational license. But what are the rules that go with that? And what we don't want to see is businesses that are planning to get into it, our local businesses, your neighbors, your friends, relatives, that are expending money to get into this only to find out that there's rules that maybe they can't comply with or don't want to comply with. So that's what this moratorium was about. And it was not that we're going to keep cannabis out of the community, because it's quite clear we can't. The state's made that very clear. What we can control is density, where the business is going to be located, how many hours of operation, and then, the usage. We get a lot of concerns about, are people going to be smoking outdoors? Are they going to be walking and smoking? Are they, what is it? Well, we don't know what the rules and the laws are. So that's what this discussion is about. It is no way, means or other, we understand our position, that it's legal, and we're just trying to understand how's it going to affect our community in the long term. Yes, the revenue will be important one day when it's here, but what about the mom and pop shops in town, in Midtown? We've done everything. This council has proven it over and over through the pandemic that we've done everything that we can do. This administration, the staff, with going after the CARES Act money and returning, $2 or so million back to over 78 businesses in this community in the form of grants. We've worked hard for these businesses, putting out relaxing ordinances and putting up the tents so that the restaurants and whatnot can operate in the parking lots, that businesses could, operate on their sidewalk. We have never sent out our police officers to ticket anyone for not wearing a mask, for being open, having too many people in their stores. We haven't done that. We've done everything we can to support our businesses while trying to adhere to the government standards on health orders. We talk to our medical professionals, all of those things. So cannabis is no different. We're just trying to understand what's happening, what impact it's going to have on our community, and that we can get that information to our businesses so that they can take part in it. Everybody talks about the gold rush. Well, a lot of those folks didn't make it. Maybe the guy selling food and lodging and picks and shovels did, but we're just trying to let the businesses know what is going to be available. Some states are different than others. Thank you for the videos and the phone calls about people in convenience stores getting gas and being able to buy a beer, marijuana, and snacks all at the same time in those states. That's fine. We understand it's going to be a lot like beer, but we still don't have the regulations of, is it within so many feet or yards of a school or a church? What are the ramifications to that point? And I would just hate to see a local business, local family invest their money in something and not be able to have it happen for them. So that's why we were talking about this moratorium until we can get that more information. With that being said, it's trying to level the playing field for the locals, the people in Lincoln County. I don't know how many of y'all have been to the regulatory meetings where they were passing this law. Have any of y'all been to those meetings where they're talking about drafting regulations and laws? Mm-hmm. Nobody. Okay, and I bet people on Zoom and on YouTube, maybe a few of you have, but I can guarantee the big boys are there. They have their lobbyists there that are crafting legislation. That's just the way it works. So we want you guys, the local folks, to understand what those rules and regulations are before you invest your hard-earned money. Talk to your insurance providers. What's your insurance property going to look like? Because a lot of insurance companies don't like this. They don't understand it. How are you going to handle the money, the banking, those kind of things? Can you intermingle it with your other revenue funds that you have in your business? If you're selling T-shirts and candles or tea, and then you're selling marijuana, how does that work? We don't know, and you don't know either. So that's what we're trying to do. Again, the government has passed the legalization without any of the roadmap to how you can get to success. So that's all we're trying to do. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and read a couple of letters that were sent in, and you'll have to time me because we have a 3-minute. I got one letter that's extremely long. It's got a lot of great points in it, but I'm going to read it not as fast as I can, but where it's clear so you can understand. And I'm not necessarily going to read the individual's name. That's not what we're about. Just what their concerns or their statements are.
3-minute or 5-minute?
5 minute. 5 minutes.
I thought in public hearing it was 5 minutes.
This isn't a public hearing, this is public comment.
Public meeting.
Oh, public
I
input.
think it's 3.
It's public input.
That's right, I'm sorry.
Okay, this is to the village clerk. Please read this aloud at the council meeting. I want my voice to be heard publicly, not just amongst the councilors and village internal staff. All this has been passed out beforehand to all the council members. Unfortunately, I have work obligations that prevent me from attending. I'll go yada yada. To our respected council, I want to voice my concerns regarding the proposed moratorium on cannabis. There was public survey conducted by the Ruidoso Midtown Association that showed overwhelming support for the cannabis industry in Ruidoso, including Midtown C3 and C2. Furthermore, the focus group you brought together to discuss the topic of cannabis also supported the industry in C2, C3, as well as some conditional use in C1 on a case-by-case basis. With the exception to one person at the meeting, every other person in the focus group supported the cannabis industry. I attended the Cannabis Legalization Conference in Albuquerque, as did we, to learn more about this emerging industry, and I came back with a wealth of knowledge. Among the things I learned is that the cannabis industry is a priority of the governor and many members of our state legislature. They see this as a vital component to economic recovery in our state. In fact, it is so important that State Representative Momo Estes included the language "no later than" in the bill to ensure that the cultivation growth side of the industry would be operational no later than October of 2021, and recreational side would be operational no later than April 2022. According to the Deputy Director, John Blair, the New Mexico RLD is projecting to hit well ahead of the schedule for both the grows and the recreational sales of cannabis in the state. This industry will have a tremendous positive impact to our local economy and has the potential to fundamentally change the lives of our local business owners and working citizens. The emergence of a new industry like this may only happen once in a lifetime. We need to be ahead of this and not behind the curve. We discussed the need to diversify our economy to create help our citizens with more high-paying jobs and to retain more wealth in our community. This industry is staring you in the face, and I sincerely hope you are up to the challenge of adopting it in an intelligent and progressive manner. I know there have been concerns over the impact of cannabis to our tourism economy. Allow me to provide you with real-world data as opposed to anecdotal evidence. Our neighbors to the north, Colorado, experienced record growth in their tourism economy over the past decade through 2019. Cannabis has had no negative impact on their tourism economy and has actually added a new tourism base from which to draw with which some refer to as canna tourism, for the canna curious. I've heard this moratorium is an attempt to disallow any more medical issue licenses. The state isn't issuing any more medical licenses at this time and haven't done so since legislation was adopted. The only exception to this license issuance has been the manufacturing. There have been concerns regarding the population density of cannabis. The free market will ultimately dictate the density of these businesses. Furthermore, all property operating as a cannabis business must be owned outright and opportunity to hop in, tongue-in-cheek, this industry at the onset. Any delay will have a ripple effect for those of us looking to enter and will only allow more large outside investors the opportunity to come in and dominate. I'm concerned for a couple of reasons. Economic impact. We can push this out of our community through zoning practices, but we simply hurt ourselves when it comes to GRT collection. These cannabis businesses will simply exist in the periphery communities where our residents and visitors will spend their dollars, generating tremendous GRT impact, gross receipts tax. The purpose of this bill was to drive economic stimulus through the new industry creation. The cannabis industry is here and will be a leading industry in the state, not simply the product itself, but the secondary industries that will flourish as a result of the legalization and proliferation. Example, growth supply stores, security firms, transportation firms, educational institutions, etc. Increase in real estate values and consumption of vacant commercial properties for cannabis-related businesses. Second, job creation. The industry has the potential to create a lot of jobs. Ruidoso is a terrible place to look for work, and this would create many high-paying jobs. The average dispensary manager in New Mexico makes $65,000 to $70,000 a year. The average bud tender makes $15 to $18 an hour. Cannabis is a job creator and a high-paying industry. Inequitable business practices. Throughout the community, we allow alcohol establishments to operate. I fully support freedom of business and am not advocating against these businesses. It is hypocritical.
Time, Mayor.
Okay, I still had some to go.
And it is 5 minutes. Our resolution for public input is 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. All right. Number 2. Ready?
Yep.
To whom it may concern, a moratorium against the retail, cultivation, and manufacturing cannabis in Ruidoso is such an insult to free enterprise at a time where the economy is struggling to recover from COVID-19 measures. The reality is Ruidoso will miss an opportunity to capitalize again on Texan dollars. I doubt Roswell, Clovis, and Portales, even Hobbs, will have the same attitude. Let the consumer decide if they want to support or not any cannabis enterprise, not the Village of Ruidoso Council. It's ironic that a community that supports gambling, casinos, horse racing, drinking establishment is panicking with cannabis-related businesses. Thank you for your time.
And Mayor, if I may suggest, according to our resolution, is that if they were here standing in person, they would announce their name and their residency. So if you could relate
Okay.
who read or submitted the first.
The first submission was from Justin Huffman. The second submission was from Frederick Morris,
Both Ruidoso residents.
both Ruidoso residents. Third residence is Marcy Buchowski. She is a Village of Ruidoso resident as well. I would like to support the HB2 and believe it is very important to protect our citizens and place a moratorium to prohibit cannabis in Midtown and C3 zones areas until it has been studied and a better solution realized. This governor has no thought except for herself and her group in Santa Fe. At least in Lincoln County, we have a caring sheriff that protects our people first. He also uses our New Mexico Constitution to follow the laws of our land. Our governor has no idea what she's doing in this matter. My humble opinion. Sincerely.
Mayor, if I may, just for the record, I also want to point out that you have relaxed the rules to read these into the record. You know, I don't think you stated that, but normally if we received the letters, we would only state that the letters were sent in and distribute them.
And that's true. And what he's saying is we get public comment all the time on different items, and we've got several on others that are on other smaller, more personal issues. But this one has become such a polarization issue that, you know, as mayor, I get the leeway to do things like this. So I'm just wanting to let people know that we've been looking at all the options, weighing all the options, trying to figure out what is best for the community and talking to the community. And I hope that this is just another example of what we're doing and how open we are. So thank you for Tim, manager, for bringing that out.
But Mayor, before the pandemic, people would come and, I mean, they would be here, so.
Sure.
So this, with the pandemic, is this not a way so that they could get their, so that opinions, okay. That's what I thought, is that, you know, people still aren't wanting to come.
Well,
So-
but they're allowed to come.
Oh, okay,
I mean, people can't come in. We have a room full here.
okay.
But the statement on the agenda says that, and we've done this during the entire pandemic period, is they can mail in, they can email, it has to be received no later than 2 hours prior to the meeting, and will be distributed to the governing body members for review, not that they'll be read.
I just think that maybe we ought to change that, because now that we can open and let people in, maybe that's important to do.
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, and that is, we had checked on that and hadn't had anything in return, but that's the way we want to go to the next meeting. Regular meeting is allow the public input to be in person.
Yeah, I agree,
Okay?
I was just pointing out that the rule is relaxed.
right?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
thank you.
Okay, so now then we'll move on to regular items. Item number 1 is discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2021-29, a resolution of commitment of funding from the New Mexico Department of Transportation Municipal Arterial Program, known as MAP, for fiscal year 2021-2022 in the amount of $300,300 and approval of the Municipal Arterial Program Cooperative Agreement, control number HW2L 200551 for drainage improvements to all streets and any necessary pavement rehabilitation improvements and miscellaneous needed to necessary pavement, to various streets in the project area. And this is our utility director, Adam Sanchez.
We're going to go back to, your reports.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council.
Will.
This resolution is for our 22 map projects. This will actually cover the upper Sudderth area from Meacham, D Street, and Resort Drive. And that includes paving and drainage.
Anybody have any questions? I know we're all giddy about the possibility of getting new paving.
Mayor, Adam, if you can just re-explain what the project limits are?
The project limits.
That's the purpose of moving it to regular?
Okay. The project limits are from on Sudderth, Upper Sudderth, from Meacham Drive on Sudderth, through the traffic circle, D Street, and Resort Drive.
And our match is $75,075.
Yes, sir.
25%.
Yes, sir. In-kind service.
Okay, in-kind service, so that's labor and everything else.
Material, yes.
Awesome. Any comments, questions? Motion, please?
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt Resolution 2021-29, a resolution of commitment of funding from the New Mexico Department of Transportation Municipal Arterial Program, MAP, for fiscal year 2021 through 2022 in the amount of $300,300 and approval of Municipal Arterial Program Cooperative Agreement Control Number HW2L200551 for drainage improvements to all streets and any necessary pavement rehabilitation improvements and miscellaneous needed to various streets in the project area.
Second.
Any final discussion? Roll call, please, Ron.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
All right, that was the easy one. And maybe I need to make myself clear. With me jumping around like this, we just have an item coming up that's about the cannabis, so that's why I wanted to read that public input. And after we finish regular items, then we'll move back to the regular items listed. Item number 2 is discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2021-30, a resolution adopting Ruidoso Traffic Control Roadway Work Permit. Explain, sir.
Mayor, Council, as you know, with all the utilities, P&M, C-Gas, Windstream, we do have a franchise agreement for work in the right-of-ways or for the utilities in the right-of-ways. Any contractor that is digging in our right-of-ways or working in our right-of-ways is required to get a street cut permit, okay? On top of that, what we're wanting to do is, this kind of mirroring the state. If they're working in the village right-of-way, this permit will ensure that they have the proper traffic control and the proper all the permits to work in the right-of-way.
Okay. And I know we had discussed it with contractors, but what we found, that work was being done on the weekend to different things where there wasn't proper traffic control, so we felt like this was needed. Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions about them?
Mayor, I do have an addition that I'd like to propose, Mayor.
Okay.
As I was having some discussions with individuals that I've been consulting with on the fiber within the community, we don't have any mapping of the fiber in our community. So it's my recommendation that we require any companies that are working in fiber within our right-of-ways that they submit as-built as part of their closeout of the permitting process.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. Good point. So when we get a motion for this, would the counselor please include that addendum to that we require as-built of the work being done? Can I get a motion?
Mr. Chairman, move item number 2, discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2021-30, a resolution adopting Ruidoso traffic control /roadway work permits, also to enumerate that fiber works as an example or others as building, given as-built to the work when completed.
Second.
Final discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item number 3, discussion and possible action on award of IFB number 2021-007B to White Sands Construction, Inc. for the Ruidoso Joint Utility, RJU, shop building and approval of agreement in the amount of $1,618,971.87, including gross receipts tax. Adam, I know you guys have been waiting on this for 10 years or more. So,
Yep.
yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mayor and Councilors. This IFB, we went out to, actually, we started advertising for the bid and on May 26th. And we advertised in the normal newspapers, Albuquerque, Las Cruces, Ruidoso, and also on the village website. Moving forward, with all procurements, we will start also advertising on the Sunshine Portal just to get some more exposure out there. There were 7 potential bidders that attended the mandatory pre-bid meeting, and but we only received 1 bid. And that, of course, is from White Sands Construction. So the recommendation is for the award to be given to White Sands Construction.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Karen, if you don't mind covering the fiscal impact section of it.
Okay. The RJU building, with the engineering amount of $186,913.20, and with the award of this bid, will bring that whole RJU expense to $1,805,885.07 for a total amount for this project. And this is all coming out of the Joint Utility Fund.
Okay.
So with the motion, are we supposed to add the 1,805,000?
No, ma'am.
We've
It's
already-
just the award.
Oh, I see, okay.
We just wanted to provide that information to the council so they knew the entire expense.
For the engineering.
Adam, just once again, is this a shell of a building or a completed building?
Complete.
Except for furniture?
Mayor, Council, it is complete building with office, showers, everything.
Nice.
Do you have a cannabis consumption room? I'm just curious.
Not yet.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's coming.
They excluded it because the CDL is required.
Do you need a motion?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
move that we accept the award of IFB number 2021-070 to White Sands Construction, Inc. for the Ruidoso Joint Utility, RJU, shop building and approval of agreement in the amount of $1,618,971.87, including gross receipts tax.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Roll call, please, Round.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
All right, thanks, Adam. Thanks, Bertha, for putting him in order. Makes it go easier. Item number 4, discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2021-31, a resolution adopting a fair housing policy, making known its commitment to the principle of fair housing and describing actions it shall undertake to affirmatively further fair housing. Yes, ma'am, Samantha?
Thank you, Mayor, council members. This further supports our CDBG grant efforts for applying, and it's a requirement that we have it in place during this active project.
Okay.
Now we need some housing we can be fair
Yep,
with.
now we can just have some housing to put in it. Okay,
Mayor, I'll go ahead and make the motion to adopt Resolution 2021-31, a fair housing policy, making a commitment to the principle of fair housing and describing actions that will be taken to affirmatively further fair housing.
Second.
okay, discussion? Roll call, please.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Item number 5, discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2021-32, 32, a resolution supporting the CDBG, Community Development Block Grant, federal funding requirements. Samantha?
Thank you, Mayor, council members. This resolution is tied to our previous one, but this one encourages citizen participation. So for that, we'll be placing literature at the community center as well as the library to encourage our residents to voice their opinion in support of fair housing.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt Resolution 2021-32, a resolution supporting CDBG federal requirements.
Second.
Discussion? None? Ron?
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Lutterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, number 6, discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2021-34, a resolution establishing a moratorium to prohibit cannabis retail, cannabis cultivation, and cannabis manufacturing uses in Ruidoso until the sooner of July 1, 2022, or the effective date of amendments to the Village of Ruidoso Land Use Ordinance related to cannabis retail, cannabis cultivation, and cannabis manufacturing. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. This moratorium would provide my department direction as far as issuing zoning permits for medical marijuana to even out the playing field for our smaller business owners.
Go ahead.
Sam, or this may be for Tim, one of these letters said that the state is not issuing any more medical marijuana
Right.
licenses, which was the reason we were doing this.
Right.
Is that true?
Mayor, Counselor, I don't know that that's true or not. We know that there is several different dispensaries that have approached us and requested, to certify various properties. On this, Mayor, and, getting to the point in the statement that you made earlier, it's staff's recommendation that we bring awareness to the community of what's occurring in the industry and that there is an unfair playing advantage. One of the points that hasn't been brought out, I think you talked about it briefly, Mayor, but what's occurring is that the medical cannabis facilities that are currently in existence, they get an automatic recreational permit. If they apply for it, they get the recreational permit immediately. And anybody else that's wanting to get into the industry are still waiting for the rules to be established. So, I think that's what we're talking about here is the unfair playing ground that the medical industry currently has over, the people that are wanting to get into it. So even if that was the case, if you have other medical establishments that are wanting to come in, it's giving an unfair playing field if the state's not issuing new permits to those that already exist. So, our efforts are to bring awareness and say, there needs to be an open market that's going to run this. I think we totally agree with that. My recommendation is that I've talked to Zach about changing the language a bit to really focus on not putting a moratorium on cannabis or the operations, but putting a moratorium specifically on the zoning permitting of it as a political statement.
Okay. Tim, it has several things in here. It's got the retail, cultivation,
Right.
and manufacturing. You guys went to the meeting, I didn't.
Yes.
But I think cultivation is going to be allowed before the retail. Is that true?
Yes.
So we have to kind of stagger this in as the state approves it? Is that right?
That's why I'm suggesting that we change this resolution and tie it directly to the regulations as they come out.
Okay.
And I would, request the tabling of this item, give Zach some time to look at the language and then bring it back before the end of the meeting.
Yeah, what I was concerned with is why couldn't the somebody that is getting into business, go ahead and get the medical marijuana now and be right in with it when the recreational is open. So with a moratorium, then we would be, I didn't know, to me, that would be stifling that business. I'm not really for a moratorium.
So the way I look at it is, if you're going to build a house, you just don't run down to Home Depot, get a box of nails and a bunch of lumber and come back and start putting something up. You have to get an architect, you've got to get a contractor, you have to go get a building permit, you have to go through some process to plan for it. Well, currently, the state, in their infinite wisdom, and I mean that sarcastically, went ahead and allowed this without having all the rules in place. We don't know what the rules are. And then we just found out recently that if you have a medical marijuana, you automatically get the recreational marijuana.
Right.
So it's like going into Walgreens and you buy some prescriptions from behind the counter, but you can buy stuff over the counter. And you've got this dual thing there. So we don't even know what those rules are. And to me, the moratorium just says, wait a minute, let us do the planning. I'm not saying no. I mean, it's
But
here.
the medical marijuana, they're able to.
They're already in place.
I know, but before this moratorium, what if I want to go ahead and get my medical marijuana license, and then I would be grandfathered in? If we put a moratorium, I wouldn't be able to do that, so you're confining me.
Cool.
You're telling me, no, I'm sorry, you can't do that.
No, and I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, it's just like if you have somebody going and starting some type of construction project who hasn't gotten permits, you're going to allow them to continue? No, you have to stop and you have to go through a process. There has to be a point when the state was not upfront and transparent with everybody that the medical automatically gets the recreational. We just, like I said, we just found out about it last week. So that's an issue. I could see how you could say it's stifling somebody's opportunity to do so, but then at the same time, there has to be, we can control density. We can't control density once it's already in place. We can't allow people to come in and open up medical marijuana facilities and then later apply density because once they're in, they're grandfathered in.
I just,
Mayor, if I may make a point, I think from the discussion I hear, you're on the same playing field, but I get back to the point that Councilor Cornelius was making, is it suggested that they're not issuing any more medical licenses at this point, is what's been suggested. So if somebody did want to go out and get a medical license right now, they're not going to issue any.
but so why would we make a moratorium when that's what I was thinking, that we were doing this because of medical marijuana and so that the playing field would be fair. If the state isn't even doing that, why would we go ahead and do a moratorium? I don't understand.
It's a political statement to show that it's an unplaying field.
We're not going to be able to enforce any of this. Basically, what we're saying, I feel, we don't agree with the way the state rolled out of this. We think it's already put out an unfair advantage because the big boys are here already. Oso, Optima, all those places, they're already here. They're all over the state.
Right.
Okay, so what's keeping them from opening up satellites all through town before the other guys are even aware of what the regulations are, the rules are?
Tim, have you been able to verify that statement? Because
Well, that's what I was
just a few
gonna
minutes
ask
ago, you
Zachary.
said you weren't
No, I
sure.
haven't been able to verify that, but I just said that, you're talking about two different points, and I was bringing that it's been suggested,
Right.
yes.
So Zach, can you look that up for us and find out, is that what you're over there clicking away on?
Mr. Mayor, I think the direction or the suggestion by the village manager was that we table this to a later part of the meeting when we might have more information and more clarification of what the rules are really about, since that's what this motion or resolution really is about. And so I move to table to the end of the meeting, or at such time as the chair would recall it.
I'll second it.
Okay, and I agree with that. I know that some of the discussion maybe would have prompted some more research on questions. I thought we'd looked up most of this. I do know 2 weeks ago on June 30th and July the 1st was the cannabis conference, where it was then we were told that if you had a medical license, then you automatically could be given one for recreational. So we have a motion and a second for table. Can I get a roll call, please, Ron?
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
I'd just like to make a little statement before I vote on this, is that, as far as the medical, and you, the mayor, the manager, and I went up to that conference, but a lot of that conference was about what you couldn't do and what you shouldn't do, not about what was actually allowed. So there's too many, it's just too broad. It's not explained, just as Councilor Tim said, Coughlin. Thank you. But there's one question that I did ask at that conference is with under the medical dispensary license, is that license also, are you allowed to multiply? What I mean by that is, are you underneath that license allowed to open up 2 or 3 facilities under that same license? And was that, if so, would that be restricted to your municipality, to your county, or is that also statewide? And that's a question that couldn't be answered. So that right there negates the no more licenses being issued until that question's answered. So there's a lot of open, I think, reasonable questions that we need to know before, and that's, in my opinion, that's the reason for this, is because we don't know. Because we don't know, and we as the officials are just wanting not things to get out of control, not to get out of hand. But yes, I vote yes to.
Okay. And so you voted what?
Yes.
Okay. And so we will table this issue. Is that it, Ron?
Yes, Mayor, we'll table it and bring it back at the regular meeting as the mayor suggests us. Thank you.
And then Counselor Zach, if you would reference July 7th on new rules. So there was some guidance that came out on the 7th, which it's amazing that when
It'll
we ask,
probably
we
be
don't
the
get that
15th
stuff.
too.
I guess I wasn't, maybe I need to sign up with the right subscription.
I don't know.
Anyway, this is starting to sound like a Rosanna and a Dana moment. Never mind.
We're mixing the paint.
Number 8,
as we start.
discussion and possible action on cooperative grant agreement, number 22-418-3002-31, with the State of New Mexico Tourism Department to provide a coordinated effort to stimulate tourism activity.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. This opportunity has come before us from the New Mexico Tourism Department. It is a total value of $202,925. The New Mexico TRU would partner with us using their logo and our logo on all marketing efforts. So commercials, print would have both of our logos. We would need to commit to $101,463, and they would match the other 50%.
Okay? Questions?
Has Lodgers Tax approved this, or?
Yes, they have seen this, yes.
Seen it or
So
approved
this,
it?
they have not approved it formally, no. This opportunity just came out at the end of June, and they meet quarterly. So we have a meeting on the 27th, and then I can present it to them. However, this is time sensitive. Before agreements like this were just signed off, and so there's a bit of delay in getting contracts in place now. Since everything over 60,000 must come before you all for approval.
Is it, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, Samantha, is it time sensitive in the fact that if we waited until their meeting, we would not be eligible?
Yes, this is due at the end of this week.
Gotcha.
The money has been budgeted by Lodgers Tax and approved. This is actually stretching our budget $100,000 further. So the money has been budgeted for marketing by Lodgers Tax at our budget meeting.
Will
match
we
portion.
still be writing the ad copy or lodger's tax?
So the
Still
content.
brand it?
Correct. The content is being approved. Carrie and Kelly are working with them directly, and then I'll see the content as well prior to it being published.
And we've consulted with the tourism department, and feel confident, that nothing will be compromised. The state will be able to share the information because it will have a New Mexico True logo on it. And they will have access to that information from now on, but they didn't feel like that it was an imposition whatsoever, just the ability to stretch our budget. Okay, anybody else? Okay, motion?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Who's that?
Carrie.
Carrie.
Carrie,
Oh, Carrie, there you are.
Can I just clarify that the co-branding is only on the $100,000 worth of advertising that is a part of this grant? We
Right.
still have $300,000 of our marketing budget that is branded just solely Ruidoso. So it's not our whole advertising that becomes co-branded. It's just this one part that we do with New Mexico Tourism.
Right, thank you for the clarification.
Mayor, if I just may add a little bit more clarification to that. The lodger's tax has 400,000 budgeted for marketing. We're taking 100,000 of that and leveraging it to create 500,000 for marketing this year. So the money that is being leveraged is the only part that has the co-branding.
Okay,
Correct.
I just want to provide that because it's the 500,000 and 100 out of our pocket, 100 out of theirs.
okay.
And it is strictly advertising,
Yes.
marketing,
Yes.
Correct.
because I
Yes.
could already hear Rodney wanting to get his cut of the pie.
We're going to have to put the New Mexico True on Rodney.
Yeah, you might have to.
And I appreciate that, Tim, that clarification, because the way that the financial impact reads, as far as needing a budget adjustment to come out of either general fund cash balance or lodger's cash balance, made it sound like that those funds weren't already determined, so.
Mayor, and just, for clarification on that point, we will do a budget resolution increasing the marketing budget by 100,000 to up to 500,000.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Go right ahead.
I move to approve cooperative grant agreement number 22-418-3002-31 with the State of New Mexico Tourism Department to provide a coordinated effort to stimulate tourism activities.
second.
Final discussion? Okay, roll call, please. Ron?
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Lutterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, and because I wanted to skip number 7, I'm going to come back to it. It was just a little oversight. And thank you for all the texts that are coming in on the websites that we got. I think I forwarded it to you, Counselor Cook. Did you check your phone? Item number 7, discussion and possible action on creation of an RFP to solicit offers for the purchase or to solicit applications from qualified grantees for the purpose of selling or development of Village of Ruidoso-owned properties to benefit affordable housing program. Samantha?
Thank you, Mayor, council members. This here before you all is the scope of work. I know this is not normal practice, but due to our efforts on trying to create more housing, I thought it would be appropriate to bring before just the scope for any edits that you all may see or additions. In the packet also is a list of village-owned properties that would be available for development. I know some appear to be small, but they still meet the regulations for an R1 home, so we could have a smaller home or a tiny home, so to speak, on those lots. We also have attached the ordinance for the land bank and trust. Our procurement officer will be onboarded on Monday, and so I plan to get with them for completion of the RFP. upon approval.
Mayor, Council, if I may.
Yes, sir.
You know, one of the ideas behind this, and, you know, as you see the list, it's my understanding that the Mashburn property is on there as well. And, you know, if we have a developer that comes forth and says, you know, I want to do a retail development, or I want to do, I have some other type of niche development that I want to do. What this is basically saying is that we're willing to accept any type of proposals from developers. And if we were to look at that property and it's sold, then we'd take that money and put it back into the Housing Trust Fund.
Okay.
You know, so it'd be for the benefit of the Housing Trust Fund. So, I think we're really wanting to make people aware that if there is opportunity for any type of development on any of these properties that we currently hold, including housing, approach us with a proposal and let's see how we can work together to, you know, get some of these properties developed in any manner that may be beneficial to the community.
Mr. Mayor,
It's not just
Mr. Manager.
qualified developers.
One thing I liked as I read through this, if I have it right, is that this basically creates a separate and segregated account specifically for holding revenue or monies for the future development of workforce housing. And I couldn't endorse it more. At least it's a step in the right direction to putting us in the right place at the right time for the right reason.
That's one of the big cries that we hear is we need workers and, you know, and they need a place to live. And every time we've reached out for this, we've run into opposition. So I know we're gaining more support on this. And so I agree with what you've done here. I mean, we've seen this list before, but we're just trying to figure out a new way to get to it. So anybody have any other comments or questions?
Mayor, I have a couple more things that, you know, we will have a proposal coming forward on a 9% tax credit project that we're looking at.
Okay.
I just want to state that so that the community does know that we're working on it. And, you know, right now.
Well, explain so not everybody's read all this stuff like we have. So the 9% tax credit proposal.
Mayor, the 9% tax credit proposal is a tax credit program through the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority. To be able to qualify for that, we need to have a qualified grantee. It's a designation by the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority to apply to the village for participation in a housing project, and the developer would receive, tax credits up to 9% that would help offset the financial impact to their property on how they finance it. That means that, you know, public financing would come in, and that's what allows us to participate in that as well, according to the Fair Housing Act. And that would, you know, they would have to propose what type of income-based project that it would be. And so, you know, there is a qualified grantee that will be approaching the Housing Board with a proposed project in the upcoming months.
Okay.
In addition to that, Mayor, there's another avenue that we've been working on, and that's Zach Cook and myself and Ron and Judy have been exploring the ideas of creating a housing enterprise within the village that would look at creating, market rate long-term rentals that would be held by the Housing Trust Fund, so that there wouldn't be opportunity for those long-term rentals to convert over to short-term rentals.
Right.
So those are three separate initiatives, but directly tied to housing.
Okay.
And Mayor, I was looking over the list, and we had just closed on some property 3 weeks ago,
They're on the
roughly.
list, yeah.
Are they on here? I couldn't find Meacham Drive.
No, Mayor, Council, we didn't list that one. There's some proposed plans that we're going to be suggesting.
Through the White Mountain, what do we call that?
Well, the Mayor, the one I believe Council's talking about, we're going to be recommending some housing there as well.
Oh, on the other side
It
of
would
Meacham.
be, it wouldn't be a project participation proposal that we're looking at. We'll be bringing that to the next workshop.
Okay.
And then there's another property that we're including in that White Mountain Athletic
Athletic.
for green
Master
space.
plan.
And,
And Mayor, just to be clear, because I did have somebody reach out to me and said, so you guys are looking for a realtor? No, that's not what we're doing. We're open to the idea of selling if somebody wants to come in and purchase from us, but we're not looking for a realtor or a broker to advertise the properties for sale for us.
Mayor and Counselor, if a realtor, has a client that wants to come in and propose to purchase it, we'll entertain that type of, a proposition, so,
Sure, and work with that realtor.
yes.
But we wouldn't have a listing agent. They'd be representing the seller and participate in the commissions the way that it's structured.
And Mayor, and Council, I don't think that we're opposed if a realtor wants to come and say, hey, I can help you represent and sell these properties for you and whatnot. I don't think we would not entertain that type of a proposal from a realtor. Somebody wants to come in and say, I got an idea on how I can help you sell these properties. I think we're open to that.
Well, we've been asking that question for some time on some of these properties.
Sure, and we're open to all kinds of ideas, but that's not the specific point of this, is to do that. Yeah, I mean, it's, let's start thinking outside the box, guys, and try to get to the end game, and the end game is to provide reasonable housing for our workforce that are having such a hard time. I mean, my God, rents are just going up and up and up, and it's ridiculous.
Right.
And if somebody has a creative idea of what they can do to develop some of the property holdings that we have, and it's going to be, financially viable for the community and the village, we don't mind taking those resources and putting them back into the Housing Trust Fund.
Okay, anything else from anyone? Okay, need a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve creation of an RFP to solicit offer or offers for the purchase or to solicit applications from qualified grantees for the purpose of selling or development of Village of Ruidoso owned properties to benefit affordable housing program.
Second.
No discussion? We're done? Roll call.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, Chief Chavez, item number 9, discussion and possible action on tactical plan for Ruidoso Police Department.
Mayor, Council, if I can just explain tactical plan, there's been some questions.
Yes.
Mayor, Council, Village of Ruidoso, we have a process internally where we go into a strategic planning process, and it breaks down by department, and out of that strategic planning process, each department develops their tactical plan. It's basically an operational and implementation plan that develops goals and objectives for each department, and then it breaks down into every level of employees' evaluations. So that's what the tactical plan is.
Okay, go ahead, Chief.
Mr. Mayor, Council. Mr. Mayor, Council, Manager Dodge, citizens Ruidoso. Since being appointed, this was one of the first things that I began working on was the implementation of a tactical plan. The previous administration had submitted their own tactical plan. Moving forward, there was a lot of things in there that I kept and some things that I added. Not just in the police force, but everything, as we know, people are shorthanded. So one of our main focuses is on recruitment, retention, and turnover of personnel. That'll be on tactical plan number 1. The Ruidoso Police Department is down 5 officers and 4 dispatchers. Due to unforeseen circumstances, within a short time, we lost 5 officers last year. When the consolidation of the Ruidoso Downs Police Department dispatch and the Village of Ruidoso, we absorbed 2 dispatchers from the City of Ruidoso Downs. Those 2 dispatchers didn't complete the field training program adequately and voluntarily chose to resign their positions, which left us short at that time, even with our numbers. For years, law enforcement agencies afforded good, stable employment. Readily available workforce enabled many police leaders to ignore the importance of recruitment. Today, employers nationwide, including police departments, report having difficulty attracting and retaining sufficient numbers of employees. In an attempt to curb the trend, the list of needs below will assist with this initiative. I want to develop a comprehensive recruiting strategy to attract qualified officers. With that being said, we have to think outside the box and look at ways of recruiting officers and hiring officers, qualified officers, that historically didn't happen or traditionally didn't happen. One of the things that I've already employed is seeking outside for detective and investigator positions. A lot of times we have investigators from other agencies that would like to come, work in beautiful Ruidoso. However, they don't want to start at the bottom in patrol and, have to work their way up. So with those types of strategies, we'll look at trying to get talent and, hopefully get these people here, hit the ground running. Some of the other recruitment techniques, I know with COVID, it really hampered our efforts of doing in-person recruitment, but some of the other things that we have to look at is at our military bases, and look at people that are getting out of the armed services. In fact, you'll hear in just a little bit about how important these people are and how much of a benefit they can be to our communities. So this is one of the things that I will be seeking in the future, is going to putting together recruitment fairs and going to those recruitment fairs in Holloman and Fort Bliss and those types of things. With those things that I just spoke about, policy changes and reorganization of the department will also ensure retention happens. Do I have any questions on that, on the first tactical plan?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Okay. Going on to the next one of the things that has been ignored is at the police department was revamping some of the needs. The police department, Village of Ruidoso acquired the building that is now the Ruidoso Police Department in 1999. The building was built at as a bank. As such, the building had been revamped to accommodate a police department. It is served very well, however, does not have the feel or look of a police department. We've had issues with the roof. The roof was replaced last year. However, it has leaks and quotes are being acquired to repair these issues. The booking room within the police department has served its purpose. However, due to age and abuse by persons being booked, the holding facility needs immediate attention. The area needs to be modified so that it prevents inmates from being able to harm themselves. This could lead to a huge financial impact if a suicide was completed within a cell. Historically, the planter boxes were filled with plants and were maintained by our former secretary, Nancy Smith. Since her retirement, the planter boxes have been emptied and gives the planter boxes an empty, abandoned feeling that is not inviting to the public. I've reached out and had some people give ideas to give this warm feeling. I've heard from from some of the council members about when they go into the police department, the feeling that they get and, the welcoming presence going inside, it's not there. So those are some of the things that I want to change immediately to, it's the public's building. And I want the public to be welcomed whenever they walk into that building for any reason. It's imperative to secure a temporary holding facility to provide the detainees held for interrogation, arrest, processing, or transfer to another facility. It's imperative that these facilities comply with local and state fire code, have a standard for suicide prevention, and adequately hold inmates with disabilities, illness, or injury, and maintain facilities in a sanitary and safe manner. One of the other things is upgrading of the chief's administrative offices. That has already been taking place. I'm talking about the abandoned planter boxes. The outside, just starting from the doors on the inside, revarnishing the doors and doing those types of changes all the way up into the hallway that welcomes the general public. A long-term goal for the police department would be to replace the current police department with a facility that would be constructed to function properly as a police department. Do I have any questions on tactical plan number 2?
Chief,
Yes, sir.
so let me finish the statement before the mayor jumps in and.
You were going to say you had a suggestion for
butchers
the
it.
planter box.
But
Okay.
no, the booking area, I haven't been back there since you moved the fingerprinting out of that area, okay? So I wasn't booked, I'm moving the fingerprinting out. But didn't we revamp that at one point, or was it just like a temporary type thing? There was an issue.
There was some issues that I want to say maybe 4 or 5 years ago. We did have an inmate kick out the door. So I think Parks and Rec actually went in there and they modified it and corrected the issue. But it was basically putting a Band-Aid on a cut that needs stitches. And it's temporarily held to this point, but that's about as far as it got.
Okay, so it wasn't a major revamp of that area?
No, sir.
Okay. And I agree with you as far as long-term goal is to get a facility that functions properly. That place is going through here is crazy.
Yes, sir. So my next item to speak about is the accreditation of the police department. Accreditation of the police department to be in compliance with the New Mexico Association of Chiefs of Police and the New Mexico Municipal League. This is also recognized by the New Mexico Self-Insurers Fund. There are 219 standards that will be met. The time frame to complete this goal will be approximately 2 years or less. Accreditation is the best measure of an agency's compliance with professional law enforcement standards as determined by the Professional Standards Council. The council consists of police chiefs, sheriffs selected for their expertise and knowledge. Adherence to an acknowledged body of professional standards may help protect the agency against a variety of potential liability problems. Additionally, accreditation provides the framework for professional self-inspection, assists agencies in effective, efficient policy development, helps address high liability issues, enhances morale, enhances delivery of services to citizens. Beginning with the fiscal year of accreditation, once it's achieved, a 5% reduction will be applied to the law enforcement liability contribution for the municipality or the county, if insured through the New Mexico Self-Insurers Fund or the New Mexico County Insurance Authority. In order to continue receiving the 5% reduction, agencies must maintain accreditation status, and this reduction does not apply to recognition programs. So under the New Mexico Chiefs of Police program, they have what's called the recognition program, and then they have the full-blown accreditation. The recognition program, you have to hit 51 standards to comply into that. The accreditation program is 219. You think that a lot of people say, well, why don't you go for the 51 instead of the 219? But it's not much different because you're already having to develop your high profile policies, use of force, safe pursuit, those types of things. So with that, those policies will already be in place and we'd be able to check the rest off the list as we go down. I've already contacted the New Mexico Accreditation Association and spoke with Scott Chambers. He's got us on the right track and has already sent me the sample policies that they will that will be recommended and required to comply with. So those things, we just have to tailor them in the near future to fit the needs of the Ruidoso Police Department. So one of the questions that was asked is how much of a reduction does that 5% mean? I spoke with AJ, and I always butcher his last name, Fort, with the New Mexico Municipal League. They are developing a new rate structure as we speak, so I couldn't get a concrete number in place from him. He'll give that to me as soon as he gets it. But in other words, what he said is that they're modernizing our insurance program so that we can move forward. So as soon as that information becomes available to me, I will forward it to you all. Is there any questions on that?
Mr. Mayor, I just had one, because it's an implementation. Chief, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but at the current culture that you have within the police department, do you think there will be buy-in as this is a 2-year process to implement not a few standards, but 200 plus standards?
So most of those standards we already have written. Unfortunately, they haven't been updated. However, we already follow a standard operating procedure, and we would be able to get that in with time with people. And to answer your question as far as the buy-in, yes, sir, we would have the buy-in. It would just be retraining the culture that we have there. But yes, sir, I feel confident that we will get the buy-in and everybody will come around on the same page.
Thank you.
And Chief, I've spoken to a couple of officers, and I promised them I wouldn't say who they were, but they are excited about this possibility. When I asked them what do they feel about the accreditation, they said we need it. All it does is just reinforce the standards that we all believe already, and it just provides guidance. So those two that I did speak to are fully behind it.
Yes, sir. I actually had a call from a citizen today, and they were actually calling for a complaint, a speed complaint. So as I spoke with the individual, we chatted for about 15 minutes or so. And one of the things that they did say is that they had spoken to officers in Midtown this past weekend that basically said the same thing, that they were excited about the structure change and the things that were being implemented. So that was a good comment to hear.
Yep.
So the next item on the strategic plan is community policing. I want to change the culture to where people start liking cops and not just the firemen. So with that, we have a lot of work to do on our side to get that done. I want to implement an initiative to embrace procedural justice by providing the community with opportunities to understand and share their perspective on policies and procedures which will create collaboration with philosophy of prevent crime together. Without our stakeholders supporting us, we cannot do our job properly. And unfortunately, in the past few years, the Ruidoso Police Department has received a black eye with some of the unforeseen circumstances that happened with officers. And I want to create transparency, not only with the community, but with the council as well. As with that being said, I want to create an environment to where we will work together and they will have the opportunities to come forward and speak with us and not think that it's an us against them environment. As the governing body, you all are the policymakers, so all of our policies from this point forward will be submitted to the governing body for approval, so you all know how we're operating and what our tactics and standard operating procedures are going forward. One of the things in the near future that we are going to implement within the police department is a Citizens Academy. With that, it will definitely allow citizens to see exactly what we do, how we do it, and have input on some of the things. Because just because we've been trained this way, it doesn't mean that it would work. Somebody might have a better solution to some of our practices. Anybody have any questions?
So just a question, community policing is a catchphrase, buzzword or whatever, and you keep talking, everybody keeps talking about this box they're trying to think outside of, so, I mean.
Or it could be a circle.
Yeah, you just smash the box, but, so you're talking about our officers actually parking their cruisers, getting out in like the Midtown area. I was really glad to hear that several of our officers had talked to this individual. So we're working with our officers to be more outgoing, more approachable.
Yes, sir. So at the last supervisor meeting, I actually had a Deputy Chief Hill bring forward a couple of initiatives that I would like to put in place. one of the initiatives is a bike team. That way they can patrol in Midtown on a pedal bike, bring back a motor team. And then just get back to the basics of walking in Midtown. Setting up there, a couple officers at a time, just, walking around and getting to know the people. It doesn't mean that, we're taking their discretion away, that they still don't have discretion to take enforcement action if they need to take enforcement action. It just means getting out and knowing our stakeholders and knowing our people. Those same stakeholders, if they choose to react one way and we have to react on their action, that's enforcement action and the discretion that we still have. However, I want the officers to go out and meet our stakeholders and know who they are. That's the main portion of community policing that I want to implement.
Okay, like it.
And lastly, updating of our equipment. The during the workshop, I had talked to about a couple of different things that need to be updated within the police department. The first one that we spoke about was our in-car computers, or CAD systems. We've had the current ones for about 8 years. They're obsolete. They can't handle some of the software downloads that we need in order to do our job properly. We are able to write citations with them. They have the in-car printers, those types of things. They function properly, and the technology is there for the Ruidoso Police Department to be adequate with the 21st century. Since I had brought the proposal forward, one of the quotes that we had received was $87,000 for a complete overhaul and replacement of all of our computers. Just within the last little bit, and by little bit, I mean within the last several hours, Deputy Chief Hill has been working with a company that would assist us with seeking alternative funding on these. So I want to present the $87,000 as a complete replacement for all of our computers, but once more research is done, we may not have that huge of a financial impact to the Village of Ruidoso or the citizens. So there would be more to follow on that. However, going back to the community policing, one of the pieces of equipment that is out there now, it's called a Laser Shot. It's a software that will enhance the community awareness of police practices. So before, we would have, we've had what's called SIMS rounds. They're reality-based training tools. We'd go through and clear buildings, and it teaches your tactics. This Laser Shot software, it would actually allow us to go into any building within our community, city hall, libraries, banks, schools, even events that have large crowds. We would be able to film these facilities, film these events, and tailor our scenarios to whatever scenario we want the officers to respond to. Unfortunately, historically, we've always practiced with our handguns, and we've always been put in shoot or don't shoot situations during practices or during training. What this software would do would actually allow us to react to different situations with different tools, to where we do not have to train every situation to be a deadly force situation or a non-deadly force situation. The other thing about it is it would allow the community stakeholders to come in and participate with this software. So they would be able to see exactly how an officer makes a split-second decision, and sometimes why they make that decision. It would enhance the relationships between the community and the police department in the Village of Ruidoso if this software was purchased and utilized within the department.
So it's kind of like a video game it's mobile.
Yes, sir. It has a screen, projector, so all you would need is a flat wall, some spot, and you would be able to demonstrate whatever scenario you wanted to put on that.
So you come in and you shoot a building, a video of a building or something, you tied into this video.
Yes, sir. So you could take it as far as walking in the front door of City Hall, down to the mayor's office, and then we'd have a tactical plan of how we're going to save the mayor if somebody goes in.
I know that's on your list.
Sounds like a huge opportunity
Yeah.
for Rodney.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it, Rodney? So what was the cost of this one?
$37,000, sir.
7,000. And that's, a lot of, there it is, 38,000.
Or 38, I'm sorry, 38,000, yes, sir.
Now, on the computer system, I know upgrades are continually, just got a new cell phone to replace the one they told me I would never, ever be able to use all the memory, and I used it up. And so I understand that we have to keep upgrading. So does that include installation in the cruisers?
So that is the purchase of the computers itself, but through the research that we are going to conduct here in the near future, that cost could be taken care of. The financial impact of the installation and demo would be taken care of.
Okay, but that does include installation.
No, sir, the 87,000 does not include installation or demo of the old system.
Okay, or the apparatus that it bolts to, or?
No, that does include that, the harness.
Harness, okay. Okay, any questions, anyone?
I just got a little statement, I'm a member of the Crime Stoppers Board, and I don't know if Lawrence has heard from any of them recently, but he's also been a very instrumental part of that board, and that board is comprised of law enforcement and community members, people that care about the health, safety, and welfare of the community. But in discussion that during the last meeting, we were talking about the police department's needs and specifically their evidence locker. So just want you all to know that the Crime Stoppers Board has agreed to donate up to $10,000 for the upgrade of the evidence locker, but I believe that it would be fine in the end that the police department could use their discretion as far as a priority where they direct that fund. So we want to thank Lawrence, for everything, Chief Lawrence, Chief Chavez for everything he does, and just know that the community's behind you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Do we
anything
need-
else, Chief?
No, sir.
Okay, so you're counting on the counselors now?
Yep. Mayor, I move to approve the tactical plan as presented by Chief Chavez for the Ruidoso Police Department.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Roll call.
Okay, Mayor, did Counselor, okay.
Eby said something?
Yeah, he says.
Here we go. Have to get that microphone, strap it to his.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone. Item number 10, discussion and possible action on Ruidoso Police Department General Rules of Conduct Policy. Yes, sir, Chief?
Okay, unfortunately, our policies have not been revamped in quite a while. So one of the first things that I've been working on is doing exactly that. So what I'm presenting here before you is what would be the Ruidoso Police Department General Rules of Conduct Policy. This policy covers many different areas, many different topics that police officers deal with, and it would give us, as the administration, a leg to stand on whenever things need to be held accountable or moving forward, making different policy. So this policy we would follow. However, with the revamp and accreditation of the police department, all other policies will be coming forward. So the next policies that you will see that we will immediately address are the use of force policies and our safe pursuit policy, our high liability policies. So once those are addressed, they'll mirror what you're reading before you today. But this will be something that gives us as the administration a leg to stand on moving forward with the police department.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I think it was in here. I just have a question, and of course now I can't find it. It was about hair. It was about women's hair your police officer, how are they supposed to wear their hair if they can't wear a bun or a ponytail?
Well, they wear it up. In the past, we've had officers, I mean, I'm probably going to butcher whatever the hairstyle is, but where they put the barrettes and kind of have it kind of all high up on top. Because the main thing that we want to prevent is any officer with long hair, somebody pulling their hair and being able to get a hold of it. At least if it's up, kind of put up with barrettes or whatever up at the top, it prevents that, and they can gain distance before somebody would be able to grab a hold of it and drag them down.
I understand.
Mr. Mayor, Chief, is it typically just off the collar?
Yes, sir.
All right, other questions about the hair? I have one in the section that was talking about gifts. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, gifts, gratuities, and rewards.
Gratuities, yes.
So is that any kind of a conflict with Police Week or all the things where businesses and citizens, purchase things to give to the police department, like lunch cards?
Well, those types of things are okay. I mean, people donate to us all the time. They take us down. I don't know why they think we like donuts, but we always have donuts at the police department. However, those types of things are fine. But if somebody were to come up to you and say, hey, I'm going to buy you a cup of coffee so you don't give me a ticket next week, I mean, that's, something totally different.
I didn't even know that was possible.
New policy.
Anybody have any other questions? And I know you consulted our attorney and the police folks. And I know it dovetails a lot with the Village of Ruidoso employee policy manual. Anyone?
Oh, Mayor, I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve Ruidoso Police Department General Rules of Conduct Policy.
Second?
Roll call.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 11, discussion and possible action on reorganization of the Ruidoso Police Department.
Okay, before you have the restructure and reorganization of the Ruidoso Police Department. What that would entail is creating a position for an accreditation manager. The reason that this position is so important is that they have to not only create policy and forward the policies up the chain, but they have to account for the accreditation standards and make sure that those standards are in compliance with the New Mexico Police Chiefs Association. So what standards are, there's many, many different standards, 219 in fact, but what those standards are, they range from everything showing that the police department is following the accreditation program. So if the policy says that we double lock handcuffed inmates, we have to show a report that it's documented that the officer double locked the handcuffed inmate. If it says that we seatbelt them anytime they're in a police vehicle, we have to show that standards that we do those practices. So it's a very time-consuming job, making sure that we qualify for the reevaluation period whenever they come down and reevaluate the police department to make sure that we're still in compliance with the accreditation program. The financial impact of this restructure and reorganization would be $106,000 for the accreditation manager position. With that, the benefits that the Village of Ruidoso would have and the citizens is a professional police department. It would have a police department that the transparency would be built into this, so anytime anybody needed anything, they would know exactly what how the police department is functioning.
This would be a lieutenant position,
Yes, sir.
and we think that we have that ability in-house already for promotion, or what?
Absolutely, we do.
And then you'd backfill the other positions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any questions on this?
Mayor, just for full disclosure on that, Lawrence has conducted a promotional practice to do assessment of the department.
And a lot of this was brought out when we were looking for a police chief on our nationwide search, a lot of things that we looked into and with the DC position and all those things, so. Okay, sounds good. Any other questions, comments?
I'll make a motion.
Make a motion.
I move that we accept the proposal for the reorganization of the Ruidoso Police Department.
Second.
Yeah, I heard some weak second.
It could have been
I didn't want to trump Joe.
Well, anyway, roll call, please, Ron.
Counselor Lutterman.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Counselor Salas.
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius.
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
All right, we move on to item number 12. Discussion and, thank you, Chief. Discussion and possible action on presentation and contract proposal for energy audit and solar feasibility assessment with Miller Engineering, Inc., DBA Souder Miller and Associates in the amount of $80,283, including gross receipts tax. And I don't know if Mr. Boyd is here.
Mayor, I'll take this item. Eric is off today. For quite some time, the joint utility has been looking at, equipping the treatment plant with a solar project. In the past, I've known Dale Lyons, worked with Sauter Miller and Associates. Previously, he worked with the city of Santa Fe. He is a water resource expert. And he has worked on projects like this before. The Joint Utility Board did engage him to look at the facility. And we're recommending that he look at all city facilities as well. So it is a recommendation for approval to hire Sauter Miller and Associates to look at a whole energy savings plan for the village of Ruidoso.
He's an expert. The Joint Use Board that I sat on, John Cornelius sits on, Gary Jackson is a joint board with the village, or the city of Ruidoso Downs. We've looked at the attempts many times on solar energy usage and things at the wastewater treatment plant. And I think that what this was born out of, so we can see if it would benefit us. Anybody have any questions?
No.
Okay, need a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve contract proposal for energy audit and solar feasibility assessment with Miller Engineering Incorporated, doing business as Souder Miller and Associates in the amount of $80,283, including gross receipts tax.
Second?
Okay, any other further discussion? Okay, roll call.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Lutterman.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Counselor Salas.
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius.
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we'll move back to the mayoral reports and presentations. Okay, and we'll talk about the introduction of new Village of Ruidoso employees. So I'll give the council a little minute to move back so we can get these folks moved on. And then, Zach, I don't know if you got the text about if you need a printer? Okay, if you need a printer, Councilor Coughlin can accommodate you, because we're still operating in a temporary location. Okay, our new hires.
Mayor, Yvonne also has one set up right now.
Oh, Yvonne has one? Oh, cool. Okay, great. And we always love to get our new employees in here, and I appreciate you sticking around while we do this business. I know it seems boring. A lot of hard work's gone into over the last 3 weeks to get to this point. So we want to talk about our new hires. So today we have Jose Linares at the wastewater treatment plant, water maintenance tech. Date of hire was 6/20/21. So hello, Jose. Hopefully you get to see everybody. I know it's boring in here, and and I know Isaac would rather have you at work. So we appreciate it. And are you going to be, if you want to come up to the front? So we're forgetting COVID safety practices, and the fist bumps are already gone, I guess.
Yeah.
We'll be smooching next month, so.
There we go. Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. If you need anything, just let us know. Thank you. Hey, Florence Pinion,
Did Lawrence, Jose want to say anything?
You want to say anything, Jose? You want to say anything?
I appreciate everything, thank you.
All right, buddy. We don't want to mean to embarrass you, but, you know, we just want you to know we're here.
We will.
Need something, yeah.
I do appreciate it, thank you.
You bet. Is Florence here?
Mayor, she's no longer with the village.
That was quick. Okay, we'll put date of hire and date of not hired. So, I'll tell you what, we're having a little bit of, maybe we ought to just go into karaoke hour because this is, after the pot shot, we were missing that out. Marcos Martinez, Solid Waste, are you still employed with us? Awesome. All right, Marcos. Heavy equipment mechanic, oh man. They've been looking for you for a while.
I heard.
Yeah, so we're glad to have you, and hopefully you have a long tenure.
Yes.
And you're here with us. We have a lot of old stuff, and we got some new stuff coming.
Very much.
Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. Thank you if you need anything.
I will.
He's got a mechanic's grip, I can attest. Thank you. Would you like to say anything, Marcos?
Thank you very much. No.
You're all good? Yeah, you got any, you can say if you'd like a pot in the middle of Midtown or not. You want to speak on that? I'm just teasing. You don't have to say. Yeah. Anthony Franks, Fire Department, firefighter, date of hire 7/7/21, a new guy. Come on up here, Anthony. As you can tell, the police department is trying in every way to outpace you guys.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you, Anthony.
Yes, welcome aboard.
Appreciate what you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And we have some folks that are cashiers, lifeguards, and they may not be present at the meeting. So thank you for that tidbit. Kahara Garcia? All right, come on down so we can see you.
Yes.
She was hired June 15th. And I know, are you at the pool? Yes, so you're at one of the most sought-after places. I drove by the other day before 8 o'clock and y'all were packed. So thank you very much.
Lord, thank you.
Appreciate you for what you do. I know the kids love it. That was the main question I had from all of them was, when's the pool open up? Gabe Hayes. He's working. Brianna Badillo. Awesome, Brianna. Welcome aboard. I know we're embarrassing the thunder out of you. I'm sorry.
That's our job.
That's our job.
How do you think? Welcome aboard.
Thank you very much. Welcome. And then promotion.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
This is a transfer. Is that correct? Frank Candelaria,
Yeah.
previous in the water department, is now in the Ruidoso wastewater treatment plant, water maintenance tech. Very glad to have you over there, Frank. And I know you guys got a while. Oh, he has been there a while?
He's been here a while.
Yeah, he's been here a while.
Thank you, Frank.
Isaac's stealing him now.
I know these guys had a big surge at the wastewater treatment plant after the flood. That was a week ago today, about right now.
Yeah.
All right, well, congratulations to all the new employees. Hope you enjoy your time here. And like I said, if we can do something, you know the faces now.
Mayor, we had a couple other promotions there.
Oh, we did?
Denise sheet.
Mayor, it's on the sheet.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I was looking at the computer. Denise Staub. And this is probably long overdue.
Yes, it is.
Library manager. Congratulations, Denise.
Is she new?
Will Green is promoted to fire lieutenant effective July the 4th. Come on down, Will.
Good job.
Will's been around for a little while now. Sydney Mowry promoted to event and recreation supervisor effective.
Hey,
Yes, thank you.
Sydney.
She hadn't been here long, but she's moving up quick. I didn't recognize her with the purple hair.
Happy about that.
Thank you, man.
Congratulations.
And Jeffrey Fargy.
Good job.
Who's he?
Get lots
Jeffrey
of
Ferguson
emails
is
from
transferred from the convention center and is now our new IT technician effective July the 4th. He's been helping us through all of this. Got his certifications. We're real happy about that.
Yes, sir.
He keeps all of our Zooms moving forward. Romy Carr
Good job.
was the temporary pool manager and was promoted. Thank you. Congratulations, buddy. promoted to
I
Recreation
thought you
Leader
already
2 at the Parks and Rec Department. And we all know Romy. Congratulations, Romy. Now she's full-time.
Oh, no.
Good job, Romy. Good job. Love ya.
Congratulations.
How are you?
Good to see you, Romy.
Seen you forever.
Congratulations. I'm glad you're here. Javier Herrera Picasso was a temporary lake attendant and was promoted to Recreation Leader 2, full-time position. Awesome. July 4th, 2021.
Good job.
He's back.
Congratulations. Thank you, sir.
Now you're stuck.
Okay, and then we have and we have a special guest here. If he'd stand up to the mic. His name is Javier.
Kenneth Branch?
Excuse me, Javier. Javier went that way. Kenneth is this way. Branch, and he's with USDA.
Yes.
And he's going to speak a little bit to some of the families that maybe had some damage in Upper Canyon. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
absolutely.
My name is Kenneth Branch. I work for the United States Department of Agriculture's Natural Resources Conservation Service. I'm the Assistant State Conservationist for programs out of Albuquerque. And the USDA and RCS, we have a program that is called the Emergency Watershed Protection Program. And what this program basically does is it helps landowners, operators, and individuals implement emergency recovery measures to relieve imminent hazards to life and property created by a natural disaster. And so the project or the program does require a sponsor, and the sponsor can be an entity of state government or those sorts, county government, state government. They have to be able to have a legal interest or responsibility in the area. So of course, if we're working within Lincoln County, you know, in the village, the village would have to have a responsibility in there. Capable of obtaining necessary land rights, and then any kind of permits that would need to be obtained would also be the responsibility of the sponsor. That's an important part of the program, and probably the main part of the program is that it requires that sponsorship. Without the sponsorship, we cannot implement our program. And I'll share with you some stories here of some of the work that we have done actually in Ruidoso after Hurricane Dolly, but I'll get to that here in a bit. Some responsibilities, again, of the sponsors, being able to obtain property rights, any kind of permit. So if we're working within a stream or something like that and a 404 permit is needed or whatnot, the sponsor would have to be able to do that. Publicly announce the program. And then there's a required cost share. And so this is a big one, and this is one that a lot of people always ask about is what's the cost share and what can be done. And so the way that this program works in terms of the cost share is the federal government would take on 75% of the construction costs, and the sponsor would be responsible for the additional 25%. Those can be the match can be cash, or it can actually be in-kind work. Just to talk a little bit about what we saw, I apologize, I'm usually a little bit more prepared. It was kind of last minute for us on this one, but a colleague of mine, an engineer out of Roswell, we just drove up Upper Canyon and we saw some of the damage that was happening up there. And a lot of the damage poses an immediate threat to life and property. There's a lot of areas around bridges. There's some other areas on the very top that we saw right where the road ends, where it's the floodwaters really ate away at a pumping station that's up there. Those kind of projects are the ones that our program really falls in line with. And anybody that has driven up Upper Canyon, I don't know if you've ever gone up there, you'll see some pink looking walls on the side of the river. I don't know if anybody has ever seen those. They look kind of pinkish. Those projects were actually implemented by our agency after Hurricane Dolly came through. That was something that we did. The village was the sponsor for that, and we were actually able to go up there and implement some of that work. Patrick and myself were a part of it early on in our careers. We were just the grunts at that time. So we got to hold the rod and do some surveying. But again, the program is designed to help folks that are in immediate need and have a threat that was caused by the flood or a natural disaster. In this case, we're looking at the flood waters. Again, the most important part of it is that we would need that sponsorship. And so that would be something we would have to probably talk to the village about a little bit more. We do and currently are implementing portions of our project down in the Hondo area with the Lincoln County. And so Lincoln County is actually the one that put us in contact with you guys here today. So I appreciate you guys taking us up on that. But like I said, just some of the disaster work that we've seen up there would require a lot of sediment removal. A lot of sediment was deposited through the floods. There's some areas where the riverbank is eating away at the edges of the river, right along houses or bridges. And so we would be able to come in and fix some of those areas. We would not be able to actually work on bridges and roadways, but we can protect bridges and roadways. We can protect houses and other type structures. The program that we have is a little bit different for us. You know, we're the Department of Agriculture. We're used to working out on ag lands. In this case, it's kind of a 360 for us where ag lands are not eligible for this program. It's mostly just the structures in terms of buildings and utilities and whatnot. So that's kind of just a real short, just an explanation of what the program is. Of course, there's more to it. You know, we would have to, or I guess let me talk about the process for it is if we do have an eligible sponsor, the sponsor will actually make the request to the Natural Resources Conservation Service for assistance. We would at that time then bring out a team, or in this case, when the damage that we saw up that canyon, we would probably bring in 2 or 3 teams, and we would do assessments throughout the canyon. To see what kind of work could be done and what's eligible. Like I said, we did see some today that is eligible. I'm sure there's more. We were talking as we were driving down here, and we're thinking for every project that we do see, there's probably 5 that we can't see just because of trees and houses and whatnot. So we're anticipating that there's a lot of work that could be done in there. So we would bring in a team or a couple of teams, and we would go through, look at all of the eligible work that could be done. We would put together cost estimates. Once we get all of our cost estimates, again, we would keep our sponsor, whether it's the village or Lincoln County, whoever it may be. We would, of course, keep them in the loop as all of this is going on. And once we get all of this completed, we would submit a funding request to our national headquarters in Washington, D.C. From there, we're kind of at their mercy as to whether or not we get the funding. If we do receive the funding, then we would come behind, we would start design, survey design, move into construction, and then ultimately move into final completion, checkout, certification, and whatnot of these different projects. The NRCS does have the right to deem any site ineligible for the program for whatever reason. And mostly it's if the issue cannot be rectified through our program, we have to walk away. We're not going to create another issue for somebody else down the river. A lot of times we've seen where folks come and say, well, I don't want the floodwaters to come to me. I want to push the floodwaters around. Well, if we throw the floodwaters around and there's another house there and we're creating a problem for somebody else, that's something that we do not want to do and that we look closely at to make sure that we're just not passing it down to the neighbor. So that is kind of a little clause in the program there. But like I said, that's kind of our process. It seems short, but it's actually a little bit longer process. We have about, from the day that the sponsor makes the request to the NRCS, our policies give us 60 days to come in and do our assessments and to submit that request for funding. Of course, we would like to do it sooner than that because time is of the essence, especially when it comes to funding requests. The way that our funding works is we do have a pot of funds that are appropriated by Congress that sit at our national headquarters. All 50 states, including Puerto Rico, have the ability to request those funds through this program. And then our headquarters is just funding until they run out of funds. And then once they run out of funds, we go on a waiting list. And then so, we could get funded in a month, we could get funded in a year. We just don't know. But the sooner the better, really, from our standpoint, because you've seen the fires that are burning in Oregon and California and some of the hurricanes that are threatening Florida. Well, all of those states are going to start submitting requests for funding through this program because it's a national-wide program. And so, as those funds start going out the door, that pot of funds is just getting a little bit smaller every time. So, but again, that's kind of who we are and what we're able to do for the village and some of the residents in the village. Like I said, we did implement this program back in 2008 into 2009 after Hurricane Dolly. We did a lot of work from Upper Canyon all the way down to the Hondo Valley. different sponsors that we had. But I just wanted to let the village know that it is available. We are here, we're in the area. We plan to be here until tomorrow about noon. We are working in the Hondo Valley. We have a crew out in the Hondo Valley now doing some assessments, but we want to make you aware of it and kind of put it on your radar. If you are interested, I can work with whomever you deem necessary to discuss this in further detail. But that's kind of where we are right now with.
Okay, Mr. Branch, thanks for coming in, and I believe we'd like to get you in touch with our village manager. And Tim, did you have something?
Mr. Branch, I want to get you together with Joe, and then we'll get our team on it and work with you in the next couple of days.
Okay.
Really assessing where, what we have some of our team and some of the other players working on and seeing how we can work together. But one of the questions that I had, Mayor, is it's my understanding that USDA also has some type of grant loan program for homeowners that may have not had flood insurance and had received damage. Do you know of that program, and can you speak to it?
I do not know of that program, and I can't speak to it. I don't want to speak out of turn, so I would.
Do you have anybody that works in your same office that does work on the private side?
We work on the private side through our agency. Like I said, it's I wouldn't have a contact for you right now. I can look it up. I can try and look up some folks. But like I said, our normal work is on agriculture lands with agricultural producers. This is the one program that allows us to turn that around and actually work with residents that are non-ag producers. So anything that's really non-ag is kind of hard for us. We don't have a lot of
Mayor,
information.
we'll get his information. We'll work with him in the next couple of days to see what we can do to benefit the community.
Thank you, Mr. Branch, for stopping by. We appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you.
Joe?
Okay, we'll move on to item number 2 is presentation of a life-saving award to Officer Bo Wall. And we want to bring up Chief to bring it up and to tell us about it. Chief.
Okay. I'll go up here.
In October of last year, October of 2020, Officer Bo Wall made an arrest of an individual. During the booking process, the male individual hung himself. The quick actions by Officer Wall saved his life. The subject submitted an email on Monday after Father's Day stating that being able to spend the day with his kids made him realize how important Officer Wall's actions were and how valuable Officer Wall is to the Ruidoso Police Department and the village of Ruidoso as a whole. So at this time, I want to recognize Officer Wall with the Life-Saving Award. Officer Bo Wall, the village of Ruidoso is proud of your heroic actions while going above and beyond. You are a prime example of the pride we take in our profession and the selfless acts we take to help others.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
He's been an employee of the Ruidoso Police Department for 2 years. He's done a great job. We sent him to the academy. He came to us as a non-certified officer, and he is one of the examples I was talking about earlier of military officers. He came to us from the Navy. After he got out, he still participates in the Navy Reserve Program, and he's a great asset to our department, and he's one of the many talents we have that's getting exposed within the ranks and file of our department. Thank you, Bob.
Can I get a picture with?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is this?
Good catch.
Man, the many talents.
Fast hands.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. Well, this is a perfect example of what we're talking about right here.
So real quick, since I have the floor, I think I want to also take this time to recognize our DC here. He was given an award yesterday. He wasn't there to be able to accept it. On behalf of the National Association of School Resource Officers, we are pleased to honor you with the Regional Exceptional Service Award for your contribution and dedication to the School Resource Officer Program and the many children, parents, and faculty members of your school and community. This was issued to him at the National Association of School Resource Officer Association yesterday in Florida. He wasn't there to accept it, but they did accept it on his behalf, so good job.
Thank you.
I wore a lot of green brick wigs to get that.
I bet you had to.
And a red suit.
Well, I think you should have demanded to go to Florida to accept it.
You hadn't even been here a month or so.
Hurricane.
Okay, well, that was awesome. Next, we'll have a presentation on Hope Harbor. Yes.
So we have a 3-minute video that I'd like for you to see. It kind of tells the
Introduce
story.
yourself, Lorna.
Oh, I'm Lorna
Put that mic
Fike.
down there so we can hear you good.
I'm Lorna Fike, the executive director of Hope Harbor.
And your wonderful assistant over here.
Yes.
My assistant, Shippen Salas. She's on the board. John Cornelius is our general contractor. Ryan Trosper is on our board also, so president of VNMU. So we have some awesome people on the board and involved. Go ahead and do it. I'll step back.
And I guess I'm sorry the audience ain't gonna get to see this, are they?
Sorry.
One of every 3 women in New Mexico has been a victim of domestic abuse, and most people know someone that has been impacted. Hope Harbor was established to help women and their children who have left these abusive environments. Domestic violence is defined as abusers who use behaviors such as physical, emotional, sexual abuse, or fear to maintain control, and over time, it increases in both danger and frequency. They have fear of being hurt or killed and are told that they are worthless and unlovable. They are kept defeated and isolated without support, money, transportation, or skills, and can feel completely helpless. The children who witness domestic violence are severely affected and reduces their ability to succeed in life. As a Christ-centered 2-year transitional home, Hope Harbor is a safe place to start fresh with no cost to these women and children in need. Instilling the love God has for them and how He sees them as beautiful and perfect will help the long process of replacing lies with truth. In a partnership with ENMU Ruidoso and Workforce Commission, while staying at Hope Harbor, there will be a 2-year educational program designed to help them start a new career. In addition, they will be given classes on life skills, job skills, professional, counseling, and case management to equip these families to succeed on their own. As a 501c3, we depend on God to provide the support of our community and people like you. While Hope Harbor is still a dream in progress, God has already brought so many miracles. Pray for us to have strength, courage, wisdom, and peace to hear His voice and respond to His will. This is God's project. Please consider partnering with Him and us to meet this great need. We need prayer, funds to build and operate, and we need volunteer support and staff. If you would like to donate or volunteer, visit us at hopeharbor.nm.org. Hope Harbor, helping restore lives.
That's it. Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing us to come and speak briefly today to just share the information about what we're doing. And as you saw, the video kind of told the highlights. It's a 2-year program. We know domestic violence is extremely prevalent in this area. And so this is designed as a place for women when they leave the nest or something like that to be able to have a long-term safe place to get education for 2 years, to be able to really get on their feet and have full support. And I want to thank all of you that have been partnering with us across this whole community. We have had huge support, and we're so grateful for that. And we are hoping to open this winter, and we are building in Capitan. I think you probably all know that. And today there's a group there painting the building from Texas. People are coming to help us pretty regularly, and as many of the community leaders have been helping. So I just thank you so much for this opportunity to share our vision, and ask you to, of course, partner with us in any way you feel led, because we're all in this together, and this is going to make our community better and change lives for good and forever, and change the generational cycle for children. So thank you so much. John, would you like to say something?
I think you about covered it, but I'll loan them a hammer if they want to come help.
Yes, big thanks to John for all he's done for many years for us, and we have many friends here. So I just appreciate you all, and thank you so much for this opportunity. Shippen handed out the brochures. The website is hopeharbor.nm.org. You can see this video on that website, on YouTube, and on Facebook. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorna, for everything you're doing. And that was some wonderful narration. Did you recognize that voice?
I did recognize that voice. I tried to get her to do spots on our radio show, too.
Well, that would help. Maybe the listenership would double. So we can talk to Shippen about that. Next will be the proclamation. August 2021 as Fair Housing Month. And I'll read the proclamation. Exhibit 101, Fair Housing Proclamation with required elements. Proclamation. Whereas fair and equal housing is a right guaranteed to all Americans, and whereas the principle of fair and equal housing is a fundamental human entitlement, and whereas all citizens have the right to live where they choose within their financial means, and whereas people must not be denied housing because of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, handicap, or familial status. And whereas we must as individuals assure equal access to housing for all of our communities. And whereas the Village of Ruidoso acknowledges the importance of assuring fair and equal treatment to all citizens. Now, therefore, I, Lynn D. Crawford, Mayor, do hereby proclaim August 2021 as Fair Housing Month, dated this 13th day of July 2021. All right, folks, so that's just another step that we're making to move into workforce and affordable housing. So thank you for your attention on that. Now then, we'll move to, I don't know, Ron, where do you want me to get back into? Just jump back into boards and commissions? Do we have any?
I think we have.
Village manager report?
Yes, Mayor.
Can we take a break, Mayor?
Okay.
I guess we got some little bladders, and I have seemed to have cottonmouth. Did anybody slip me a little?
Try to wait till my
Okay,
wife
we'll
to
take,
let me go home, because you kept the meeting so long. I thought she'd be out in 30 minutes.
All right, we'll take about a 10-minute break. Josh, thanks for sending me the link.
No, yeah, well, I see, you were talking about the rule, like, those are not they got new rules. You know how they update those rules all the time.
Well, they don't inform us even when we ask. So.
No, you got to be in that Santa Fe ring.
Yep, exactly right.
Mayor, what we found out is that the Department of Health has closed down their process, licensing and regulations, getting ready to start theirs in September 1st.
Okay, we'll have to discuss that.
September 1st, but yet
No later.
But then the grow is supposed to be going before October.
Is that door over here locked to the bathrooms? Go all the way around?
Mayor, we have a draft over here. Mayor, we have a draft over here if you want to see it.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm gonna go, what was that funding breakup, just that I'll recognize in my manager report? So we had a 700 and,
She had to do a budget adjustment for the difference. 'Cause
yeah, but we're supposed to document it in this meeting, I thought we had, out of this money, I thought we had 750. And then she did a bar to increase it by $1 million, whatever. And this is coming out of RJU cash balance, and she had 400,000. Can you give me those numbers real quick? Yeah, make sure you get Karen there and set it up as a YouTube. That way Phoebe and whoever else can join. Yeah. Can't use it here? I'd prefer to do it here.
Okay, I'll send out that email, change it to over here so that Kenneth knows, and I'll add Phoebe to it. Okay, so Chief Chavez?
What is it for? Okay.
We're gonna be done sooner than I thought. I mean, I was expecting to stay here at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, me too. How many ties you got? They're only
I don't know, probably 50 or so. Yeah, I always wear it for this month, Veterans Day, well, any, holiday, we're honoring our military. But yeah, I decided, usually I put my flag out just on the holiday, but for this month, I'm putting out every day for this month. But yeah, when school starts, I got one kids on there and they're holding a flag, So that's when I started collecting, when I was on school board. I was getting all kinds of different kinds of ties.
Yeah, when I worked for Coca-Cola and when I worked for Las Vegas, we had to, wear ties, dress up every day.
Yeah.
Except for Fridays. So I have like a whole collection of ties and, that I just got to give to the right people.
Yeah. I want to say, yeah, probably about 50 ties. I got probably half of that. I don't know, probably about 20 of them in holiday ties.
They're cool to collect.
Yeah, they are. They are neat.
Okay, right on. All right, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Mayor, with all the changes, I would recommend that the whole thing be read into the record and noting the changes that were struck.
But I cannot. Good job, Zach.
These kids here must be involved with that. The cannabis. Probably.
See if we want to.
Keeps talking.
Don't use me as that's fine, I can be here.
Just kidding, I love using that new printer. You just got it today. But I forgot to bring paper, so.
I don't want to get it all ready to go and then have to winterize it.
How you doing, Kendra?
Nice to see you guys. Okay, I'm good. I'm
Well, we do, but we allow
so I just went,
everybody to.
thank you for filling in. No, that's okay. I'll give you a piece of paper.
Are you the new director?
Oh my gosh, I am. Thank you guys so much for your support. I know, thank you. That was crazy. Last month, I was like ready to
There's some, that's okay.
I know, I guess, I know.
That's good, I'm excited, I'm glad that you got it.
I'm excited too.
So, no, it's like. Your second.
Are you gonna house that in your case?
Yeah. During our meetings.
They put out.
And you got some.
I don't see how they.
Read or something.
And so it took me a while to sort of.
There was also
You want to have lunch?
I know you're always available.
The 20th.
Yes. And I will, we want to have discussion on this. Moving again, of course.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be on the schedule.
Always that offer will get to a workshop, we want to bring it, we have cash. We're looking at. This is a discussion of building here.
Oh, okay, okay.
Those two items, bring those two items back.
It's not that, it's not in other words, it's not, it's not like a report. Correct. This is subjective. And it's subjective all the way up to the chief can make a decision that changes for me too. Could be, you know, he might say,
So what's your recommended response?
to be honest with you,
Austin.
That they will be opening it back up. So they'll be doing the same thing in March.
We were open public meeting.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, yes, definitely. Josh. How you were able to do it. You guys are speak on it.
So when you open it. That would be amazing, because we just want to. I think that's a
Approach, yep.
Call somebody up.
We do want to control, you say so.
It sounds like they already own. So this may be a move. Anyway, I just wanted to see if somebody wanted to.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I know it was longer than 10 minutes. I'll be so glad when we're back in the building
Yep, me too.
and I'll know where the restrooms are at.
Takes 10 minutes to get to them.
It does. And we'll call this meeting back into order.
I had to go kill a black widow.
Okay, so we are at the reports from all village departments. Is that correct, Ron?
Mayor Crawford, yes, we're on the
Okay.
village manager report.
Okay.
Mayor,
So,
I'm gonna move down into the village manager report, and Ron, do we have somebody on from AOC to give an update on that?
We should have some representatives from the administrative office of the courts. Let me have Yvonne go on there and see if they're,
and this is in reference to the new magistrate court that we're proposing to be built right over here.
Mayor, as he's going through that, one of the things that I just, for the record, one of the things that I want to document, Bertha and Yvonne, last, in the workshop meeting, we documented that on the RJU building, that we had budgeted, $781,180.
Yes.
And then we did a internal budget resolution to appropriate out of cash balance $1,087,705. So I just wanted that for the record, Ron, and Yvonne, when we do the minutes, that it reflects that action that was recommended on the fiscal impact.
Okay, I think Judy, the financial director, didn't she cover that in the workshop?
She talked about it in the workshop, that, when I called on Karen, that's what I wanted disclosed.
Okay.
And to reflect on the record.
Okay.
And there wasn't broke out, so she got me the numbers broken out, and we just want to make sure that that is reflected.
Okay, would you repeat those numbers?
The cash that we had originally budgeted for that was $718,180. And then the bar was $1,087,705.07.
Okay.
And we'll get those numbers to the clerk's office to make sure that's reflected in the record.
Okay, thank you, Manager.
Mayor?
Yes, sir?
Tim, before you get AOC on there, have you had any further discussion with Judge Bryant?
Yes, we have. We had a meeting with the administrative office of the courts, and it doesn't appear that they're going to be on there. There was a couple of judges that were also on there, and one of them expressed that, they felt that they needed to move their project forward. So looking at cohabitation of the municipal court in with the districts, doesn't seem to be a viable option at this point. We have had discussion with White Sands to have a sit-down meeting and talk about the bid that came in for the Horn Complex. After reviewing the bid, it does bring some comfort to me. Those numbers that we are looking at are pretty much, taking care of all the needs, electrical and whatnot, sprinkler system throughout the whole building and the exterior work as well. The only thing that wouldn't be addressed in that bid is the rehab of the east wing past the bathrooms and, where the forestry was originally. And then there is an IT room being built here on site, but we can discuss that further in the workshop meeting that we're gonna set up specifically for the Horn.
Okay.
Complex.
Thank you.
Okay, so is AOC on?
Yes, we have Audrey.
Yes, Mayor and Council, Scott Grubich here with the AOC.
On the phone?
Yes.
Well, you don't have it on the screen there.
Scott, if you go ahead and, we can't hear you, so if you want to go ahead and give us an update as to where you're at, Scott?
So if you can hear me, I'm going to ask David Edwards from SMPC to give you an update on the project.
Good afternoon, this is Dave Edwards. Can you guys hear me okay?
Can hear you. Still can't hear you.
You muted.
Can you minimize us? So we can see them?
They may not be on.
They're on phone.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Better.
Hello, everyone. My name is David Edwards. I'm with SMPC Architects. And I'm here to present to you some progress in our drawings, I think, and take some questions. So Scott invited me to this meeting, and I think maybe he could chime in at any point here, but it seems to me that you all want to see some progress on some drawings. And the background that I'm aware of is that a previous design firm developed this project, but they had some issues that weren't acceptable to the AOC and to our judges that we're working with as to how circulation was developing. The biggest problem is that we had a cross circulation between what was the secure path for people in custody. That pathway was crossing over where judges and staff and admin people would be walking, and that's a big no-no. So what I've done is to go back and redo schematic design to get a floor plan that's acceptable, that takes care of those issues, and that works for the judges. So I think that caused a little bit of delay in our schedule. However, we're doing everything we can to pick that up. I'd like to present to you all. Let me see if I can share my screen. And if anybody has any questions, please just jump right in on me. I'm just fine with that. Are you all seeing a floor plan now?
Yes, we
do you
are.
have a way to, you do, okay. So I think what I want to do is just take you through an overview of the drawing set as it's developed thus far. We've had our design development review, and now we are in our, our schematic development review. Now we're in our design development phase. And the schedule we have for that, we're going to be turning in what we're calling our 65% construction documents, which is 100% design development. That's the first project milestone we're aiming for, and we are targeting that for August, first week of August. I believe August 9th is when we'll turn that over to the AOC. And then proceeding through that, we'll work through a 95% turn-in and then 100% construction documents turn-in. And the target that we are aiming for is really kind of the first week of October. So that's when we want to be at 100% construction documents. And what I'm doing now is looking for my my schedule I want to share with you so you can see what the project milestones we're aiming for are. That'll help you to see, give you an idea what to expect progress-wise. So that first week of August, that's our first milestone turn in. At that point, we'll also be working with Bradbury Stam to review our cost estimate and see how that kind of shakes out. As you well know, we're in a volatile bidding environment right now for the construction industry. Wood has gone up, wood has come back down, steel is going up and down, and we're negotiating that and working through that as best we can. So getting back to our schedule, that's our 65% turn in the second week of August. I misspoke. Our internal is the first week of August. September 6th, internal will be turning over to the AOC on September 13th. And then pushing toward 100%, we're aiming for the first week of October. So that being said, the drawing set is progressing quite well, I think. We are working on this building as a prototype, and it's in 3 different locations. So we have 3 different sites. The site in the village of Ruidoso is what I want to talk with you about today. So just a brief overview. I'm going to run through this rather quickly. If you have questions, please jump in. Our cover sheet, some external, building renderings, code sheet data, a site plan. I think we might want to come back to that at some point because Scott let me know that there might be some discussion for expansion in the future or something like that. We have the beginnings of our structural drawings, foundation plan, framing plan. And keep in mind, a lot of what I'm showing you is what we've been doing in-house working with Bradbury Stam closely so that we can have a real sense of how this budget is, where it is, and how it is maybe going to change depending on what the market's doing. Keeping in mind that we want to deliver this on time, on budget, and have a quality product for you. So Ruidoso floor plans. Just in general, we have the main entry vestibule, and there's a security area through here that people need to be aware of as we go in. The entry vestibule, a screening station right now, maybe that's temperature check. Later on, other things as they come into play. We have got room to adjust for future needs there, but we would queue up in this line, go through scanning, magnetometer, a wanding area before we get into the public lobby area. And once you're in there, then we have the admin area. For Ruidoso specifically, we have a drug court, a lab, a restroom. This is kind of the drug court area. Then we have an open office bullpen area, 3 closed off offices here. And then we also get into the main, the clerk, chief clerk office, the visiting chief clerk offices, 2 judge chambers, a break room, staff bathrooms, janitor, IT. That's kind of the core admin space that we've developed. The magistrate court and the hearing room / district court. Folks from Carrizozo come over and need to use this building. The biggest difference between this and the last scheme is that there's 2 holding areas. There's one here specifically for that courtroom, one here specifically for that courtroom. This, I'll show you back to the site plan. Secure parking, sally ports. The previous plan had a sally port in the middle, holding in the middle, but there's this cross circulation, a big problem, a big no-no, in fact. So we believe that this plan solves that and solves it efficiently and actually provides more flexibility to the facility for, depending what use, what's programmed that day, who's coming, who's being arraigned, who's not, or what other, municipal functions need to happen in this space or even in this space. We've got the public seating and gallery, a mediation space, fire protection room, so not open to the public, but sprinkled building, fire protection room. We are also showing single use occupants, restrooms. Instead of a gang restroom, one-holers is kind of what we call them. In the holding areas, they also have their own penal type of fixture, lockdown benches, and just the required cell door functions, secure doors, a secure access hallway behind that, we're not crossing circulation anymore. There is access for staff to get through that door, but that is a secure door. Same kind of idea back here. On either area, there's the client attorney function with the window, speak window that happens up here too in that area. And then self-help meeting room and more public restrooms down at this end. So that's a quick go through of what the changes were to that floor plan that you may have seen previously. And as I said, we're in design development, so we're getting into dimension plans. We're getting into sections, wall sections, and details of reflected ceiling plans, roof plans, mechanical coordination, roof drainage coordination. Where does the water go once it comes off the roof? Building elevations. I don't know if those are showing up very well for you all right now. It's kind of light on my screen. Building sections, wall sections showing how this is detailed, how it gets built. These are all critical to pricing. So putting those together, we're in the process of that now. So identifying sections and getting those onto sheets. Enlarged interior plans and elevations, casework elevations, and we'll start to peel off with some detail sheets. Some interior, line drawing renderings of how that interior courtroom space might look. And just further, the more interior plans and elevations. Casework drawings. This is specifically Redoso's admin component. So, we're developing a sheet for that for each location. It's a little bit different in this area. The general outline is the same, but these subtle differences we're capturing and getting into drawings. Wall types are being developed, details are being developed, glazing elevations, a door schedule, and we're ready to work with our security partners to develop that and make sure we've got the right hardware. How does that tie into the building security and other issues? Finish schedule, we're ready to show finishes and talk about that. Mechanically, we're looking at rooftop locations, coordinate that with structural drawings. Same kind of thing for plumbing. Same kind of thing for electrical. So that's a quick overview of the drawing set as it is right now and what we're producing. We're probably about 25% DDs right now, but well on our way to meet our 100% DDs/65% construction documents. And it ties into that schedule that I shared with you earlier. So I feel like I've just been talking and talking. Any questions, please?
It's moved pretty fast. I'll ask the council if they have any questions. Does anybody on the council have any questions on all this preliminary?
Mayor, I do. This is Tim Coughlin. So the last we had heard, we were anticipating breaking ground in July. Well, that's not going to happen. And now looking at your schedule, it looked like bidding and permits is anticipated to take place in October. So does this mean possible groundbreaking the beginning of the year?
When the rent.
Possibly, yes, sir.
And then when will the project be completed? Because I think next May is when the rent starts and occupancy is supposed to be required by then.
This is Scott from the AOC, and in all fairness, we have high hopes that we may even have an early package that goes out to break ground sooner than the October date. We're still trying to work that out because we're as time concerned as you folks are. So we want to make sure we get as early of a start as we can. At the same time, we're seeing construction prices that are going down, and so we're trying to make a balance between those two decisions. But our goal is to in theory, have an 8-month construction schedule that would begin around that 1st of October date with a move-in date then of around the 1st of July of 2022.
Wow.
We're aware of the situation with New Mexico Finance Authority. We've had conversations with those folks, and we had a meeting, I believe, last week with certain members of your team to discuss the options that we've established with those folks, with absolutely no intention of leaving you guys in the lurch. We're coming up with plans to, in theory, address every possible situation that could happen.
Okay. Have we been able to schedule that weekly meeting?
Yes, sir. What we're anticipating is that we'll meet the first time on the 21st, and that would be at 3 o'clock following our regular team meeting, so that we'd be able to bring you the most current information that we possibly could, both on development of the drawings, the budget, and schedule impacts and all those kinds of things. We want to stay as current with you as we possibly can.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mayor, Council, I just want to express, as I have in the past, I'm extremely concerned with this. And, you know, the statement that they met with us, talk about options. They have suggested options of utilizing the debt service reserves, which puts me in a very uncomfortable position. And I think I've expressed concerns on this several times about the funding and the payments and whatnot. And I'm very uncomfortable with the position that we're in on this project with AOC.
Okay. Yes, sir, Ron.
Mayor, this question's either for David or for Scott. Has the actual building, the structure itself is it the same layout as prior? And also, has the parking been addressed? I know we had counselors that wanted to see the additional parking space to have adequate parking. Has that all been also included in these plan sets?
One of the things that we made addressed the last time that we met last week is we changed structural systems at the same time that we changed the building layout. The metal building industry has been probably the most in the COVID world, post-COVID world. They were telling us that even if we ordered a building in October with the assurance of what our budget was, that there'd be a 6-month lead time in the delivery of that building. So that meant the building would arrive in March, and the March date doesn't suit any of our schedules. So we've moved away from that to a more traditional building structure that we feel like we can break ground sooner and erect sooner. At the same time, we've changed our site plan, and I think David could show you that. We've added more parking, and one of the things that we'll discuss in that meeting, worst case scenario in 2 weeks, is that we have an option there to, based on the discussions you were having about the potential of the municipal court moving into our building or sharing space, that we would have options there of the amount of parking offset by what we could do in terms of providing space for a building addition. That's a new discussion for us, so we've only had about a week to contemplate that.
Okay, I think we're losing you.
We're losing you, Scott.
And we hope to bring in progress with some options there.
Yeah, Scott, we were losing you. We couldn't make out what you were saying.
I apologize. I'll go back through that one more time, and I apologize. I had a meeting with a cancer doctor today, and I couldn't avoid that down in Albuquerque, so I'm still on the way back to Santa Fe. But there are two things that happened. The original building structure was proposed as a pre-engineered metal building, and that industry's probably been hit the worst by the COVID crisis than any other. And not only were those costs going up through the roof, but the time delays were the worst for that building structural system. And as I was saying, if we ordered the building in October when we were certain of our floor plan and budgets, delivery would not occur for 6 months. So we get a steel building laying on the ground in March, and that's effectively when we would have started construction, and that doesn't suit your schedule or ours. So we switched to a more traditional steel frame building. And that's also in hopes of reducing some costs as well. The other point I was trying to make, we had some discussions last week, I believe it was, about Judge Porter and potentially the municipal court sharing space in our building. And we wanted to make sure that we considered that option. And I think in our discussions, we decided probably the best scenario would be a building addition. And so we're weighing that option versus the additional parking that we're showing currently on this site plan that David has on the screen right now.
Okay, anyone else?
So to address the parking issue with the layout on the screen, how many parking spots do you have there for the public?
This is all public parking here, so roughly 44 within these two bays.
Okay.
We could even add a little more out here, which is, I think, almost double what was presented in the previous go around with this. So we were working with the folks there in Ruidoso, Carrizozo, and those folks in that judicial team we're working with there, and really tried to listen to their discussion and give them this option here. We think this maximizes the parking on the site. And, we could even add a little bit more out here on this kind of toe of this thing. But if we start to discuss building expansion, how much square footage of that, how does that change our site? How does that change our site layout? I think we would need to get real serious about that discussion if that's really what we're going to do, given the time constraints we're under and the budget concerns that you have shared with us quite candidly. And we're listening to that, and I'll do everything I can to deliver this thing in a timely manner.
Does this address the runoff from water? I know that we're having a lot of discussion on the other property here.
I think it does. I think a lot of the way the hydrology works, there'll be some ponding that we'll develop with the civil engineer. But to be honest, I have not seen updated civil drawings yet to be able to really talk to you about that.
Because that will be a concern, I'm sure.
Yeah, we're aware of that issue, but I don't think we've gotten enough information through just our work process here to really address that at this time. However, I think we can manage it.
Doesn't Eric have the overall site plan for that?
I don't know if it includes that.
I thought it did.
Does Eric Boyda's outside site plan, does it include this or just what we're talking about here?
Their engineers and ours are basically
Working together?
The same firm working together on that, Mayor, so they're communicating to address those issues.
Is it my memory, am I just wrong? Did the building flip?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that was one of the, so it looks to be, I guess we feel like a better design, so.
It made a 90-degree turn.
Yeah.
At one point. Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of that decision was based on the location of the existing utilities. And so one of the reasons that we made that rotation of the building is to shorten all of the utility runs and once again, to try to save construction costs.
Yeah, we're trying to come right off of Reese Road. And our utility, they all come in here for our electrical, water waste and fire protection's all kind of coming into that corner there.
Okay.
That also allowed us to maximize parking to go with this scheme, and also to keep the, secure parking separate from a public parking area. There was a few things that went into this flip, as you called it, and you're right, we did rotate that. That seems to be the best way to maximize the site for parking, utilities, and separation of public and secure parking.
Okay. And, one of the things that I think that you should do is just go ahead and move ahead with your, with the magistrate court and not even consider the municipal court at this time. Because that sounds like that's going to be a further delay.
I
believe it would, sir.
Mayor, those are the directions that we're working from, but we did want to also at least consider that option that was presented to us and have a scenario available if that decision was one that the village decided to make.
if we're gonna have to do an expansion, which is gonna cut into the public parking, that's just not gonna work, because, you know, what you're not seeing on those plans is to the right, there's plenty of parking, way off to the right, but there's no safe travel, along there, because there's no sidewalks. In order for
Right.
people to get along there, I don't know if that green area is just gonna be planted grass. There's swales there right now to capture the runoff. That's not a safe place to be walking, or you're gonna have to be in the road. So that's why I've been pushing, and my office is just to the right of that, so I'm very familiar with this location. That's why from the beginning, I've been pushing for more parking, because otherwise that initial parking that was planned was just totally inadequate for the location.
Mayor, if I may, Scott, I think the directive is, if I'm not mistaken, is to go ahead and move forward with your project and do not consider the municipal court on that property.
Manager Dodge, we appreciate that direction, and that's exactly what we'll do then.
Good, thank you.
Okay. Anything else for the AOC? And we appreciate you addressing the financial interest in this too. Okay, well, thank you, gentlemen.
Mayor and council, we're just, we're glad to have the opportunity to have this discussion with you. And like I said, we hope to just increase our communications with you using these weekly meetings and move forward quick as we can.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Manager Dodge, thank you.
Mayor, moving on, we have a presentation from Matt Ingram on the Rio Street realignment and sign projects. And I believe he has Kendra here with him as well. Matt and Kendra.
Have they had a chance to read these letters about concerning the Rio Street, so they could possibly address them?
I wasn't going to read these aloud, Joe. I was just going to read the ones on the cannabis.
Well, I was just going to give them.
Well, you can see it in asking these questions. Because we did receive some letters, Matt, people in concern, so we'll be asking you to comment on those.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we might have it a little bit different here with Kendra handing out the papers as the assistant. I think it should be my role to start handing these papers out as her assistant.
Here.
You know.
Is there an announcement that you're?
Well, I think it was a very appropriate time right now. I have resigned as the Main Street Director as of last month. We went out for a hiring process and had over 7 applicants for the position. Through the week and a half process, the board and hiring panel hired Kendra King here as our new Executive Director. So we are very excited to have her on board with the organization, and maybe I could let you say a quick note to that.
Oh, just thank you guys. Thank you for the opportunity. I just saw and met with you all last month, and I was ready to step up on the board to the presidential role, and then this opportunity presented itself, and I'm going to roll with the changes, and I'm really excited for this opportunity. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Kendra.
Yeah, so, it's kind of a cool story, and I heard the chief refer to it earlier as hiring within the ranks. And Kendra has been on our organization and has a very in-depth knowledge of how we function and how we roll, and her experience is going to be invaluable to making sure that the organization carries on in a way as not to disrupt our performance and getting all of our things operational here. So we'll just kind of go ahead and jump into what we've been working on over the past several months. The first thing is the Rio Street alignment project. I did make a presentation, and I'm not sure if it's available or not.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Now, really what the idea with the Rio Street alignment project was to identify areas where congestion with traffic and pedestrians were affecting our district. The Rio Street there has an opportunity to alter its course starting at Burt Brunel's public parking and running at in a direction where it would line the Rio Street intersection up, where patrons or I guess the traffic wouldn't have to make unnecessary left-hand turns. This is just one of our initial renderings and what we've been working with New Mexico Main Street as well as Rodney at the Parks and Rec Department to identify some areas that need to be addressed, as well as some kind of creative conceptual renderings as well. What we're looking at on the first page of your handout there is what the current layout of the parking is. I believe that there's 75 public parking spots where Burt Brunel's parking there to the, to the east side of the public, where he has 15 parking spots that I believe that they developed some time back. The next page of the renderings there would be the idea of altering the course of Rio Street, creating a one-way road that would allow access to the back of the Suttereth stores there, and a incorporation of a sidewalk down Rio Street there on the south side of the road, as well as a pavilion, creative placemaking opportunity there where the current I guess those are concrete barriers sit just to the north of the hidden tap entrance there. So these are just some creative ways that we were looking at how we can make this public parking lot more feasible, maybe a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. And then two, a big approach for us is creating community space. Again, this is just kind of our first initial renderings that we've been working with some of the stakeholders in the area. The reason for the one-way road is because some of those businesses are I guess that they're worried about getting loading and unloading to the back of their stores. That's one thing that the Midtown District has a problem with, as a lot of the shipping comes in from the front of the doors. Really what we're looking at here is I believe that there is I believe that there's 13 trash cans down there in the public restroom, in the public parking area, and those would need to be reconfigured as well to try to take up or try to allow for some more parking spots. With these renderings, and why we've been we want to very cautious at approaching this, is the loss of parking. And that is the last thing that we want to do down in Ruidoso, especially in that district down there. With this renderings, we would be losing close to 17 parking spots, which I know would not go over well down there in the district. We've had some other conversation with business owners back to the west there, behind Lewis's place at Hall of Flame, Dean Fowler's place there to the north of Wind Place and Show. There's some properties that run along the Rio Street to the west. That would be a great opportunity for some public-private partnerships to try to create more parking, like Burt Brunel has done in the back of his business there. The process from us moving forward is a lot of that public engagement. These were just renderings that were developed and designed by the New Mexico Main Street architect, Will Powell, in trying to take some of our considerations into his design. We would really like to see, if you're coming to Midtown, one of our public parking lots to be a very, a welcoming mat, as I would say, to the district. Have some additional signage down there notifying patrons at where they're at, but doing it in a way where it can be more efficient with our parking layout, our trash can layout, our grease trap layout, as well as the corridor there of Rio Street. So I know we're just looking at one snapshot picture here, but I think Rio Street has a world of potential as far as getting developed, sidewalks, public parking, as well as maybe some increased traffic down there for some of these other places that are residential, that are zoned commercial, could potentially start a business at. We look at Breckenridge, for example, in Colorado, where they have a main street, there's a main road, but all the side roads have become, very profitable. They've become highly trafficked. People are just up there visiting it. So is there a way that we can make the Rio Street more conducive to parking, trash, as well as just pedestrian access? I know it's kind of a lot there, and we're anxious to kind of get in front of this. But one thing that the organization looks to do is with our all of our mixers that we do, we get the public involvement, we'll get the businesses involved in the design and how we can move this down the road most effective. Anytime we start talking about changing traffic flow down in Midtown, I know that we can get some pushback. So we are very open still in this phase for design renderings, any way that we can work with New Mexico Main Street to take these into consideration. We would like to do that. So I guess I'd stand for questions here on the Rio Street alignment project. John?
Where you have the one-way road in behind those businesses, the access is 10 feet wide. You're going to have trouble getting trucks down there to unload in 10 feet.
And that was brought up in the pavilion size in the initial renderings were that wide. We brought that all up. I don't think that a truck would be able to make that turn coming in, as well as there being some turning radius issues there as well at Rio Street. So we can see that this pavilion is kind of choking down that area. I would imagine that it being kind of one of those things either to get shrunk down or still take that, maybe take an idea of doing a creative art installment at that juncture. You land in Ruidoso, you walk out, you'll have all your wayfinding, but you could have like maybe a cool opportunity to take a photo. I know that Lewis over there at Hall of Flame has got some really cool things in the work for him. So I think that we would see that area just to the west kind of being redeveloped and maybe creating a little bit more activity down there in that portion of the district. So not to say that pavilion is there to stay, but it was really an idea of how can we make just a parking lot better than just a parking lot? How can we add some sort of experience into this?
Mayor, if I may?
Yes, sir.
Matt, correct me if I'm mistaken, but, from what I recall, the Main Street organization out of the state of New Mexico provides consultations to your association so that you can look at areas like this and come up with a conceptual design of what things could look like, more of a visionary type of process, correct?
Yes, sir.
And, from this, it would have to be taken either on by a local government. Oftentimes you see these type of projects being funded with an MRA plan, and, where you'd put the public funds that are being generated as a result of the business activity in that area back to address those areas. So I think really this process through Main Street is just to start looking at some of the areas where they feel that there may be an opportunity and giving an overall vision. It really doesn't get down into the details. I think if the council at some point would want to move forward with this, we would have to, the Village of Ruidoso would have to take on the construction project and start working towards that. And I think that was some of the questions that were being asked before is, what would be the next phase and how would it be funded and who would be taking the lead, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Them putting the pavilion down there was something that I had never even thought about. It's a way to kind of think from the outside in, and Will has been able to work with communities across the state. We would be willing to work and facilitate any area that we would need to. I can already tell you, I feel like we get a lot of pushback by eliminating some parking spots down there with our stakeholders. So coming up with so the issue at hand is parking down there, and which one do we put first? Do we do a realignment here, or do we work on creating some more parking spots or more access to public parking? And I think that we're all trying to take that proactive approach to it, but this idea here is something that I think would be awesome to the just a landing pad to our community. Right now you land down there and there's grease traps in multiple parking spots. I don't have to tell you guys, you can see that there's an opportunity there that we just have to go in there and make it a lot better.
Matt, so when you reference 24 private spaces, are those the ones that are right up behind the building that's close to the grease traps and things you're talking about?
Yeah, that is just south of, I believe that on that second page, there's 2 dots which represent telephone poles there on the east side of the diagram. That post on the west side there is Bert Brunel's property. And so those 1570 private spaces, 24. So I believe that the 24 spaces is in Brunel's. I put this presentation together, and I'm not sure it has all of that information on there, but the 24 spots are Brunel's private parking.
So Matt, I'll agree with you. I mean, going back there, seeing the dumpsters and those ugly grease traps that have leaked on the ground and whatnot, I mean, it is kind of gross. However, you know, this plan, you're on the second page, your individual as far as 75 public spaces, 24, that number hasn't changed between the two pages, but the total number has decreased from 90 down to 71, which is 19. It's not 17.
17. So my mistake, then it would be 19 parking spots. Yes, sir.
We're losing 19 parking spaces, but we've already got a number of businesses in Midtown that are going and converting their parking lots, putting in covered dining areas and whatnot. So we're already losing, you know, and it's been for years, we've been saying we need more parking in Midtown. Now we're going after this pandemic where all of a sudden, let's do all this outdoor dining and have more dining space and everything. Now we're eliminating all the parking that we've said we've needed so much before. I do believe that we need a beautification project going in there. Some of the facades on the buildings or the signage hasn't been updated in a long time. But anything that's going to go in and remove more parking spaces without first identifying replacement at minimum, if not growing parking spaces, is not going to fly.
Yeah,
you know.
Absolutely.
It's just not going to go.
And, you know, this is a great thing where I get to pass the torch right now on. And but it's something that Kendra's been so involved with down there, and she knows the importance of parking spots. But really is that corridor, you know, back up Rio Street. If there is some way that we could work with private business owners to come up with some sort of lease agreement that we could utilize their property for X amount of years to create public parking. I know that a lot of these business owners are holding onto that property because of, you know, down the road investments that they would like to do. But if you're not going to make the investment for 10 years, it would be nice that we could have some parking spots available on your property. And that would just be something, and I know that our organization has talked about it a lot, and I think that Kendra is up for that challenge, but move forward and see how we could kind of define some of these areas. If you drive up Rio Street there to the west on the south side of the road, there is an exorbitant amount of open space. If it's not utilized by trees, it's utilized by maybe like an old trailer or some fencing, but I really feel that we could take some of those properties and put some public parking on there. Hopefully that business owners would be willing to cooperate, and if there was any incentive from our organization to try to get that resolved. But, you know, Lewis's place right across the way, you know, with all of his trash cans that he has there, if there's some creative way that we could work that whole corridor and that whole corridor there to a little bit better of a trash management, I think that we would get a little bit better efficiency on our parking. I know that sidewalks have been a big topic for us, but also connecting the sidewalks there on Rio Street, and then all of the I guess that would be Center Street that feeds the Rio Street as well, would be just some other projects to try to increase the sidewalk, the pedestrian access, and public parking. I know that down there across from the old sanctuary on the river, the water retention project has an opportunity to take on a couple of more parking spots just right down there along the river as well. So it is kind of a nickel and dime game, especially when we're counting 19 parking spots. We're losing them across the district. I think that we need to have a kind of a comprehensive plan and approach at how we're going to gain some of these things back past a two-story parking structure or something along those lines.
It would seem you'd almost need, I've been through there when it's packed, especially on large weekends, where you have a lot going on at the track. It almost seems like you need, and those people aren't always the best at how they park. But I'm just saying there's no room to move.
Right.
And I'm just thinking, and I know the other area that you're talking about, which is a good thought, but I'm wondering also with the concerns of the people who live on the south side about whether they in fact would want to have more traffic in there and more parking lots.
It almost seems like you're at a point where you'd want a multi-level parking garage, much like they have on the south side of the plaza in Santa Fe. Because I don't know how else you can get more out of what you have. And I have nothing against the architectural rendering where you make it more aesthetic. That's certainly a good first step. But to get more spots in that limited area, I think that's a consideration. I know it's an expensive one, but I think you kind of milked Lincoln for all he's worth.
It's pretty saturated down there, and it is, the space is needed. I definitely feel that there's some creative spaces still available down there, and some property that is, that we could use for public parking. Here is the thing is, we want these businesses to grow, and so they have more employees that come to work. In turn, they have employees that park outside of their stores longer. And so we want this whole, the district to grow and boom, but then the infrastructure is really not there supporting it. And so any way that and I'm right there with you, I don't think that the project will float with losing parking spots. And from the business owners, I think we owe it to them to try to keep as much traffic and parking down there as possible. So it is, it's definitely one of those things that I think that parking just in general needs to be addressed before we can take a very creative approach with losing 19 parking spots down there. Another thing the architect said was, I was like, well, just stripe it and then we can make sure that we have designated spots. Somebody's not double parking. One of his comments was sometimes whenever you do draw those lines, sometimes the chaos, people will like park maybe where they shouldn't, and they'll actually get more parking in that area. So that would be kind of another thing is if we take the approach to stripe the parking lot, we could potentially be losing parking spots that don't exist or where people are parking down there currently. So I've flown drones down there and counted all the parking during like the high time, and that was that 75 public parking spots was just cars that were down there. I mean, there's not one striped parking spot in that whole area there.
Well, what the architects need to know is when they're laying out parking, you can't use a typical vehicle. We have a lot of big old trucks coming into town.
There's a lot of F-250 with long beds.
Yeah.
And we're seeing them parking along the Suttereth corridor in the public parking spots. And that was always kind of been one of our thoughts was what would it take to stripe the actual parking there in Midtown on the street to try to keep some of that double parking from happening. So, but yeah, we do have RVs that park down there, and there's a lot of activity down there. So how can we get ahead of this, and then two, just support the businesses that are growing and offering more patrons down there with the opportunity to park. Here's one of our great ideas that we came up with. It was a actual valet service. I don't know if this is something that Kendra wants to take on, but having a public parking where a service people are actually parking cars like the track would, taking these cars to off-site locations, still allowing for patrons to visit. We could probably, do something along those lines, or if some private entity wanted to do that. But I think that there's some creative ways that we could kind of shuttle people around down there. And I think that really the first step's getting these sidewalks taken care of and giving us access to our public parking, those type of things. So I'm interested to see what comes.
Well, Kendra, I will say that you are in the position that I was 10 years ago, going from a board chair into the executive director. So to anybody else who wants to be on the board and be a chair, be forewarned. Sometimes that does happen. But I wish you well in your new position. But it's gonna be interesting moving forward. I mean, that's a great idea, doing valet parking. But again, you need a space. And you can't have your valets running half a mile to a parking space or something, so.
A lot of liability in that business.
Oh, there is.
I have a question. I have some concerned citizens that were worried about Eagle. They had heard that Eagle was going to be one way. It's still a two-way. You've got Eagle as a two-way there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
I think that
the one-way, people were very concerned about one-ways. Do you think that that's a good thing? I know we just John talked about it, that trucks probably.
Well, that one area is one way, but if you look over,
Right.
the other one is still both two ways.
Right. How would you, so if you go down Eagle and you hit the one-way, could you, there's no, you can't park right there, can you make a U-ey to go back the other way?
So you're saying there, I'm imagining this almost looks like a guitar. The head of the guitar, you're saying there where you make the U-turn?
Yeah, where you're going down the one way and then all of a sudden you're looking, there's no parking there, but maybe closer to Eagle, there's parking so that you would, kind of make a U-turn and go back.
And I'm still not sure if these renderings, if that line would be a curbed, but I would imagine that you would have the space to turn into that parking lot to make that U-turn.
Oh, okay.
But very good question there. I believe that it would be heavily signed as a loading and unloading, for that one way. I was initially, I just thought, you would want to maybe get rid of that entire one way, and I don't think that that's off the table, but it was just really a way of creating access to the back of those businesses.
That wasn't necessarily for cars to go back there, it was just basically for trucks.
But I would imagine cars are going to turn down that.
Yeah,
I mean,
I would
it is rogue down there in Midtown, and my office is down there. Kendra's down there. It's, there's a lot of traffic going on, and people are making left turns unnecessarily. I think that we were trying to reduce that. I think with that one-way direction there, we still have a left-hand turn available, but what I see happens is so many cars are trying to make that right-hand turn coming down Eagle that it backs up the pedestrians crossing. And so trying to alleviate that unnecessary turn there would be beneficial, but I don't know all that stuff.
Mayor, I have something else. And don't throw anything at me. Tom and I were visiting Bar Harbor, Maine, and it's a huge tourist on the coast. And the people flock from the cities to go to this place. And, it's a big walking district for your shops and restaurants. But what they have, and I took a picture of it, is you park and then you walk over and you put your license plate number and you tell them how long that you want to park. And I think every time we parked, we paid $10, but you wouldn't have to pay $10. But all I'm saying is that might be a way to, maybe other people might want to park in our public places but down right in the middle of town, that may be a way of.
Yeah, because what you have is a lot of business employees parked down there. And we brought this up several times with putting them in, and you could pay by credit card.
Yeah.
And it would notify you.
Right.
If you were extending, if your time was up, and then you could pay with your credit card, but the businesses down there killed that because that's what I was just wondering, where are you going to put all the employees? Because this looks like perfect employee parking.
Yeah, and I thought that paid parking would be a great opportunity to keep, those employees.
Amazing. I'm sorry but people are, we were all paying $10 to park. People just doing circles to make sure somebody was pulling out, and they would wave you down so that they could park in your place. And they were just Joe Blows like Tom and I. They didn't have big fancy cars or anything. It was just a thought that.
Well, and we've talked about it before, but it always gets killed by the business people.
Yeah, and the advantage of that, Susan, is that a typical meter, you go and you drop in your money and it's like for an extended period of time. But if you're not there for the entire time, you got to pay for all that. And you don't know, you got to have your coins and everything. But if you put in for like half an hour, and then it texts you on your phone, you go, I can add another 10 minutes. I still have time. It's a really, really handy way of doing it. But I've seen it too, where employees and some business owners are parking right in front of their store.
No way.
You know, and it's
No.
no, yes, yeah, and it's like they need to go to a customer service class and learn how to treat their customers. They come first.
And I've been to meetings, and you probably have been beaten over the head with the same hammer. Each one of those parking places are worth $30,000 to almost $40,000 for the business that they're in front of. Yet we've seen several instances of businesses in Midtown that have covered their parkings permanently, changed them. And that seems to be a trend to go into zero lot lines and not have any parking. And so it's putting more of the burden on the village to find these. I've talked to several people in the past about those properties on Rio between Center and Eagle. They are not interested in partnering. At that then, they may be now, I don't know, but I sincerely doubt it. It's going to be difficult. And then if you go continuing on west down to Grindstone, you see down there now, children at play, drive like your children are here, drive like your pets here, because it does get thick through there. And so I know that, and the other argument for that are business people have told me, well, this has been the business district for Ruidoso all these years. Those people in Rio should know that. They bought here after that. And so there's just going to have to be one of those, can we just all get along and figure this out? It's not going to be easy. I appreciate the drawings, and I know initially it has some ideas. Originally, I thought we were doing the realignment was an alignment where they were going to line up, but this is just making it better. I don't know what we're going to do with the grease dumpsters or the dumpsters. I don't know where to put them.
And that's, the infrastructure that it takes to have a dump truck pass what we already have, it doesn't exist. There's stuff that you can put in the ground, and we could do larger compacting, but, we just don't have that infrastructure at the juncture. So, these trash cans are what we have. And so, I think that maybe we do have some surplus times where trash receptacles are more needed during busy times. But that almost seems like the exact same time that we need more parking spots. Is there a way to work with, trash collection to maybe happen more frequently, or and then we reduce the amount of dumpsters so that those are getting checked more frequently? Those are some initial thoughts that I have, but without the, with the dumpsters that we have, we're battling that as well. And I don't think we want to take those dumpsters away from those businesses, because then they're going to be throwing them out in front there in the wine barrels.
Right.
So
some already are.
Yep.
But go ahead.
Well, until the mayor tells those people on Rio, or that aren't on Rio, that we had parking problems downtown when they moved in.
They sure
lived with it.
We sure did.
I like your idea of the pergola down there, but if you get a lot of pushback on it, you got a few more parking places right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, it's kind of something that's. I think that it's a very unique opportunity down there. It's one of those. It's a very good place, but how do we make it great? And I think that's Ruidoso in general. Everything we have is so awesome. How do we make it better? And I think that. With my 4 years down there, I've always looked at that property and seen that, man, this could be a great welcome mat to all of our patrons in Midtown. So, but just if we could clean it up and keep it nice, and I know we do coordinated efforts in cleanups and stuff like that, but continue that on, and just maybe think a little bit, try to think big picture here. The pergola, to me, I would have never have designed that, but that's what's nice working with some architects from outside. They can suggest these type of things, whether it sticks or it goes on down the road, we adjust. But I think that we've identified an area that could definitely get fixed up and beautified a little bit there.
And we have in process right now, we've directed the staff at Solid Waste to look at other types of trash receptacles, dumpsters, things like that we could maybe incorporate into the village. We haven't found any better options, but that's in play right now, isn't it, Tim?
Sure.
And so in looking through some historical records, with everybody in Ruidoso wants everything at the same time, parking, eating, people are all here, so they were going to rename the town Feast or Famine at one time. But we're done to get past all that, where the shoulder seasons are very strong. And so you're right, we need to work hard on getting this down here. I just don't know. We're going to get a tremendous amount of pushback anytime you lose the parking spots. If you move those trash receptacles, they're already a walk for some businesses. And then we just have to find out what are the options.
Yeah.
Is it that you have a trash pickup time that, but see, some of these businesses like ours closed at midnight, 1 o'clock, you're dumping it. We get really creative? That box that everybody was talking about, do we just have a set time where the trash comes by and you pick it up and that's when everybody dumps it? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because they are filling up the wine barrels right now.
Yeah, I know that's a
I got
problem.
plenty of video. People send it to me all the time.
And they never did it. And you're
Can
pulling.
you believe he's throwing his trash in the front?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's that whole district down there, just, I think any angle that we can look at it and dissect it, is either a benefit or a con to it. I look at the pergola as a special event place, and we've talked about trying to bring events to and down into Midtown. That could potentially be one that supports some of those businesses around there. So not only does it just serve as a parking lot, but it could serve as so much more. And I think that we need to kind of take that approach, and I think the village has, and we try to support that in any type of creative place that we have an opportunity to work at.
And maybe you propose to some of those business owners that own that property that have stuff just sitting in it for years, maybe that's where you put your metered parking.
Yeah.
And they generate revenue.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's a great point. There's several properties down there that belong to second, to the children, and they're barely in there working on it. I think it would just take a matter of getting in the door there to kind of create some parking.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you taking it on, and we're going to need a lot of work on it, but it needs to be moving on, and we appreciate all your efforts, Matt.
Yeah, thank
Everything you've done, the whole time you've been at the Midtown Association. It's been a tough job from the very beginning, and then with COVID, wonderful with Chili the Kid, that's going to be longstanding. Brudoso's another one. You've done a great job down there, and so
we're excited to keep it going, and that's Kendra. You don't know, me and Kendra we've gotten down to the nitty gritty and throwing the Brudosos and the mountain smoke, and I know that we've tears have been shed, high fives have been given. It's a community thing, and it gives me goosebumps saying this, but I'm just glad that it's staying local, and we got a local raised talent, and you're invested down there and know the approach that we're going after. So we're excited to bring her on. I know that you guys did ask me to talk about the sign project, and I'll keep this quick as well. In your presentation, we've identified over 18 locations to replace the signs. I think really one thing that's kind of slowing us up is working with New Mexico Main Street on some of the technical service requests that we've gotten from them. With the wayfinding project, we're looking at both, still utilizing some of the assets that we have in some of the current signage, but also making it better. 2 signs only in the entire village promote traffic to Midtown. And so we really want to vamp that up. I called Rodney and gave him a hard time that there's more signs taking people to Wingfield Park and to Grindstone Lake than we have in the entire community for Midtown. So working with the Parks and Rec to really to update our signage. I'm not sure if you guys have a presentation in front of you, but when you pull up to, you're coming down Meacham and you're going to make a left-hand turn onto Suttereth to head to Midtown, there is a sign, but one direction points to Upper Canyon, the other points to Wingfield, one goes another direction, so it could be very confusing, and I think that we could really take this project on, lay it out appropriately, that it would create less user confusion. Again, there in Upper Canyon is one of our largest lodging establishment areas, and there's no signs promoting people coming out of the canyon to Midtown. So I think that there's some really key areas and just some simple marketing that we could do. One thing that we've talked about too is putting the Visit Widget mobile app QR code on all of our pedestrian signs. So these would be signs that people are walking by that they could scan, utilize the digital app, just another wayfinding element in our physical wayfinding project.
Yep.
So, yeah, we're working. I think Kendra's got her plate full. It's nice because she knows everything that's going on, but also organizationally we have it lined out and we have some projects in the loop. And, I'm excited for Ms. Kendra. I will, stay on to a capacity of volunteering for basically Kendra and to make sure that transition happens smooth, and would still continue to execute our scope of services and all the stuff that we have with you guys seamlessly.
Thank you, Matt.
I have one more thing with the signage, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Kendra, I have a concerned citizen that was, she felt like that the Upper Canyon at the circle, that people do have a hard time figuring out, okay, where am I going? But she felt like sometimes the signage is confusing. And so what she said, and it can border on being tacky. So I think, like Matt was talking about, more precise signage, and that might help people.
It is. It's exactly what Matt had just said, that there's areas that like the sign points to the left, but Midtown is actually completely back this way.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's just an example. It doesn't necessarily say Midtown, but it is confusing. I do understand. And so when Matt identified this as a project, I was really excited about it. I mean, all the way out to the highway saying shopping district this way.
Yes.
So I appreciate that comment as well.
And we're working with the New Mexico Main Street will help, as well as the agency Alden over there is helping with designs of the signs to fit brand, as well as to just an overall style and image. So it will be branded with the village guidelines.
Okay, thanks.
You might want to look at the last slide. You've got one too many E's in Ruidoso Main Street.
Tim, I quit. Okay.
But I do love Will Powell's rendering of.
Yeah, I like that.
I mean, that's a place you want to go hang out. I mean, it's very inviting. I mean, did a good job on it.
Okay, Mayor, moving on with the manager's report.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
I got two directors. First of all, Samantha wanted to make a presentation to the council since the whole council wasn't able to attend the chamber banquet. So, Samantha.
Mayor, council members, I brought with me the award we received at the Ruidoso Valley Chamber of Commerce board banquet meeting for Business of the Year. They had a lot of great things to say about the village as far as our efforts during the COVID pandemic and to help businesses, and our level of service has never decreased, and they were very thankful and appreciative. So it was nice to be recognized with this award, so I'm here to present this to you all.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, yeah, it was a big deal. Good.
Oh, my gosh, that's wonderful.
I will say that listening to that presentation, it's like, holy cow, we did a lot.
Yeah.
We just went through it and we did what we needed to do, but listening to it, it's like, oh my gosh, it really happened. But Samantha, you should have had a picture of John Cornelius up on the screen so that everybody could see his COVID hat.
His little brain outfit.
How ridiculous.
Anyway, well,
Mayor,
well earned.
the next thing I'd like to call up Isaac. Isaac has a report on some of the issues that he's had in relation to
all right.
testing and reporting.
The number one man and the number two business. We love Isaac.
Mayor and council, I actually don't have good news today. We were out of compliance last month, but it was not our fault. It was a carrier issue. We sample phosphorus and nitrogen 3 times a month, and when we sent our first set of samples, normally we get our results within 10 to 14 days. Well, after 20 days, we didn't get our results. So when I called them, they never received our samples, so they were lost somewhere. So I had one more week to sample, and we went ahead and sampled. And when you send off samples of this nature, you have 2 preservatives, sulfuric acid, and then you have to ice them down to 4 degrees Celsius. And so I had a week left, so I sampled my 3 samples, sent them off, and they did not get there in in the overnight sample. It got there like 3 days too late, so all the ice melted and rendered the samples useless. So they were red flagged, meaning that they were out of compliance. So I was out of compliance for the month of June. Otherwise, we would have passed if it wouldn't have been for that carrier issue. But
Who's the carrier?
it's a private company that carries for Hall Environmental.
Who was the company you mean?
I think they're Keynote out of Roswell, I think. But they're the so I've already set up with the contract laboratory. Anytime I send out a sample, they're going to email me back and let me know for sure if they have it. That way I can start sampling immediately after if it ever happens again.
Well, that was the next comment
Yeah.
I was going to make. So do we have another option for carriers?
Not at this moment.
What is the carrier saying?
What's that?
What does the carrier say? I'm sorry.
Basically, they're like, oh, they don't know. You know what I mean? That's basically what they say. And
I know that response well.
Hey, Isaac, where does the sample need to go to?
To Albuquerque.
What's this going to cost us?
Yeah.
I'll write a letter of not being in compliance. I'll be sending that out tomorrow to the NMED and the EPA.
Okay.
It's not a big, it is a big deal because I haven't had no violations, but like I said, we wouldn't have had a violation, but with it being, the samples were out of the temperature, it was out of compliance.
Do they have to have special certification to carry, or is it just pick up a package and take it?
It's kind of like FedEx. They pick it up and they take it over there.
I'm wondering, have you checked into Ruidoso Shuttle? I don't know if they go up there.
No, sir, I haven't.
Okay, that's another option. I
Go
mean,
to the airport.
It has to be a
they drive all
certified
over the
carrier.
place. Yeah.
Yeah, and we actually have been looking at our options, and unfortunately, this company has been really good because they go directly to Albuquerque right after they pick up all the samples in this area. But now that I've already set up with a contract laboratory with them sending me an email as soon as they get the samples, hopefully this will never happen again and we'll alleviate this issue.
Mayor, Council, the other option is driving them up there ourselves.
Right.
That's what a lot of other municipalities do. They don't use a carrier. But there's a chain of custody process and a environment, you have to be able to control the temperatures.
Yes, sir.
So,
Well, get us the contact information for that company so we can contact them, write them a letter, see what we can do about not having it happen again, because I don't really like the idea of us having to shuttle them up there. And how often is that?
It's once a month.
Once a month.
And like I said, we would have been fine with the second sampling, but it never got there on time either, unfortunately.
Some sort of a system there that notifies us when it's en route, just like FedEx, anybody else, where they're at.
Delivered.
Like, we're gonna send a sample out this Thursday, so I'm gonna, as soon as they receive the sample, they're gonna send me an email. That way we know for sure they got it and they're performing the analysis on it. And if they don't get it, then I'd be able to sample with plenty of time.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'd be a
Yes,
little more upset at you. Your spotless record is tarnished. Yeah. And ours too, so. Anyway, but just get us the contact information so we can at least contact them, send them a letter or whatever we can do.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, sir, Tim.
Mayor, one of the other things I want to report on is you will be getting the FYIs, and it'll include information on the sweepstakes kickoff that's happening in Wingfield Park this weekend. So, look out for that. Next week, Ron and I will be attending the village or the managers association meeting in Roswell. That's going to be happening starting on Wednesday through Friday. And then Yvonne did send out an email about the subcommittees, and then also the New Mexico Municipal League Conference that's happening in September. So if anybody's available, I believe, Ron, they're gonna, you can either do in person or virtual on some of those meetings.
Where's the conference going to be?
In Santa Fe.
Santa Fe.
Yes. And Mayor, we did send out a pretty detailed report. We will be, continuing to include the flood event and send out additional information on that and how we're handling it moving forward. But, with that detailed report that we sent out, if you have any questions, we will stand for questions.
Okay. Anybody got any other questions of the manager?
Good report.
Nope. Okay, thank you, sir. Now we'll move on to reports from municipal officials. And I know y'all are anxious to get back to the tabled item, so I know y'all make it real quick. We'll start with Joseph Eby.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I just want to give the village again hats off for being Johnny on the spot and taking care of the issues that arose during this flood. I got the opportunity to run around with Manager Dodge and Ron Senna there and have a little peek at what was going on and the debris that was piled up in there. Also tracking down the resources that they could address the problem. So it wasn't just, they had to track down people that could get involved with it to assist the village. So they were on that. So I just want to give hats off to them and also all the employees that were out there in the rain working on it.
Thank you, Councilor.
Good job, guys. And village.
Mr. Ludden?
I have the same as Joe, just thank you to Tim and Ron and all of the village employees. I happened to be with Tim and Ron and Adam yesterday, and they just do a great job with the people. I'm so amazed at how things are going this way, and Tim can just turn things. So I was very impressed, and I didn't get to shake his hand, but kudos to Officer Wall.
Yes.
That was,
That's good.
yeah, that's making a difference. And so I really appreciated that. And then kudos to the whole village of Ruidoso. Tim, Ron, Mayor, all of the employees that did so much during the pandemic for us to get the Business of the Year. And so it just goes to show you, and I'm very proud of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir, Mayor. Dittos to what's all been said, and especially 4th of July weekend. That was big. It was good to see that again. Kind of that, to me, it was more normalcy for our village and the amount of people were in town and stuff. But one concern I have, and I'm thinking Ron's gonna check into it, and as Councilor Coughlin talking before the meeting, our recycling bins are just constant. And at one time, I thought about bringing to the council that we just cancel our agreement with Green Tree. And however, some of the questions, I didn't do my homework prior to this meeting, but is our plastic, because this is the question I'm getting answered or asked, is our plastic actually getting recycled? Does it go to, where is it being shipped to? Because I remember Mr. Kaplan saying a couple of years ago that China said no more.
Absolutely.
And even probably before that, when they said no more, they were probably let's just dump it in the ocean. I don't know, that's just speculation, and that's, I think, what's arising here, because, knowing that once the cardboard box, and that's what I'm witnessing, the cardboard collection dumpster, once it gets contaminated, it's going to the landfill anyway.
Wet or anything.
And all that. So that's where some citizens are getting concerned. I'll be honest, I told my wife and stuff, let's just throw away the plastic. I don't even think it's going to be recycled. Now, I did notice, I went by on Hull Road and Paradise, the cardboard dumpster was emptied, and I didn't check the aluminum can because I was trying to do that on the weekends. That's when most people take there, and they're just jam-packed. So I guess my request would be is, we need to get with Green Tree and have them give us that schedule, like you said, once a week, but not only, once a week, but what day of the week and what route. Because as Susan said, over at North Park, that's been, over a month, because my granddaughter plays t-ball there, and each time I go, and then fortunately, the Bear Mess guys picking up the trash,
go by and pick up the overflow. They just drive by, throw it up, and that's where I'm thinking that's just going right into the landfill. So that's something that I would, like to encourage. And my other statement, Mayor, was that we did receive those emails about the realignment proposal. I'm all for that and stuff, but the concern that what we saw was the speeding. I did call the chief, actually referred one of these residents to the chief and talked to the chief, and he has a plan in place to address this and to, try to resolve in the speeding. I've never been there where it's speeding because it's so jam-packed that you're going slow so you don't bump into another car or something like that. But apparently, some of these residents are seeing people speeding down the road, and the chief, he's offered, can you explain your program that you're doing? Because they did that on our street when there was a person complaining everybody speeding on Morgan Drive.
Yes, sir. We have a speed monitoring device. So from this point forward, when we get a speed complaint in a neighborhood, we'll put the monitoring device out there. And what it'll do is collect the data of when the peak times are, how fast people are going, how many cars are going through there, all those types of things. And then the time of the day, it will give us that. Once we collect that after a few days of leaving it there, then at that point we'll come up with a traffic enforcement strategy to implement in that neighborhood. Because before, if you'd get a speed complaint, you'd just put it out there and be like, hey, we got a speed complaint, go patrol the neighborhood. Well, if they were patrolling it at 8 in the morning and most of your high traffic volume was at 2 in the afternoon, it doesn't do any good. So now that we'll collect that data and then we'll put those strategies in place to prevent the speeding in the neighborhoods.
Thank you, Chief. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Well, we appreciate that, and Green Tree said their truck was broken down.
Yeah.
For 3-4 weeks or a month, and I know that White Mountain is the same way on that speeding, and then I think the answer you're gonna find is speed bumps, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Councilor Cornelius?
Yeah. I've been kind of amazed at all the stuff we're doing too. I have to say with the housing stuff, all the village capital projects, everything, I think we're headed in a really good direction. I'm excited about where we're headed. I hope we can keep this going.
Me too.
That's it.
That's all you got? Councilor Coughlin?
Really? I thought you were going to skip over me.
I was going to pass you right up again, but nope.
So, to piggyback a little bit off what Rifle said, I know I talked to Green Tree. I had them increase the collection here at the Horton, and they were able to do that. But I know they also have manpower issues, just like everybody else, and so forth. I'd like to see if we could get more dumpsters out, because when I go to empty, my wife orders stuff from Amazon all the time. So when I go to empty all that cardboard on the weekend, it's always, I have to take stuff out and flatten it down and jump up and down, try and flatten it. But, it's this problem that continues. The whole flood thing that came, that was just a surprise, depending on what part of town you were in. Here, exactly. I was outside, it was nice and clear and everything, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, you got all this flooding going on. What? But, all of our departments all came together at the drop of a hat and work together. Tim and Ron, you guys are always there, not just during this, but whenever something's going on, no matter the time of day or the day of the week, you guys are keeping us involved and up to date on the information, and I really appreciate that. So that, when I get people calling me and saying, what's going on, I've got somewhat of a semi-intelligent answer for them. The other person, believe it or not, that I want to say is, Mayor, you are an amazing person. You are here, you are working constantly. Nobody knows, you're making what, 22 cents an hour? For your $500 a month in the mayor position, but you are, now that there's a lot of activities going on here, I get to see the people coming in and out. You are always here. You are always on top of things. You are the mayor that needs to be at all the meetings, just by being that figurehead, and all of a sudden, ooh, the mayor's at the meeting, it lends some credibility to the village and everything that we do and our business partnerships and so forth. So, I think people give you a lot of grief, sometimes justified.
I knew there was a bud in there. I'm just waiting for another one.
But you are truly dedicated to the village. You put forth every effort. I don't know how you make it through a day. You must have 3 charge packs for your phone, because you're just on that phone constantly. So I want to thank you for all the work you're doing, and then coming back and letting us know what's going on. Constant meetings. I know there's been some allegations of stuff going on behind the scenes, and there is, constant meetings, but then you inform us, and then we bring it to a council meeting and when in public, and we discuss it, we vote on it, and we go forward. So, thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Ditto.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
That was hard.
Hey, well, I know I was hard. But,
That was a lot of gulping.
But one must always remember the truth hurts.
Yes, it does. Dr. Jackson.
I would echo everything that was said. In the Army, you're taught that piss poor planning predicts poorly. Well, that was not the case with our flood. It was incredible the way it was organized and executed, and the results that we had were stellar. You're also sobered when you go down Grindstone and you look at all the debris that is lined up throughout the course of that, a quarter mile. The other thing I thought was especially helpful was the debrief. And it was online on Monday. I wish we'd had more participation and more call-in, but I think part of it was like yesterday's news. The storm had passed, everything was fine, and now it's okay. But I think there was a lot of information that was gleaned out of that. And I especially liked Joe Kazabowski, I believe that was the correct pronunciation, in his delineation of each of those who were responsible parties. And of course, the mayor was there heading up the meeting. And again, I looked at you that night and you looked beat. And I'm sure, and I kind of think you were clinically. Not beat up, just beat. And I don't think your day ever stops. I just think it continues on. And you probably have a quiet time around 2 a.m. But your efforts are appreciated.
Yes.
They are. And you are a leader. You're a born leader. And when you talk, people listen. And whether they like what you say or not, they still respect the office and what you have to say.
Well, thank you all. And we are surrounded with great people. Tim and Ron do an awesome job, and our directors, because we really have put together a wonderful team, and y'all been a part of all of that. Okay, so now we're going to get to move back on. So we'll need a motion to.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we withdraw or move from the table regular item number 6 for further consideration and discussion.
Okay.
Second?
Okay.
Are we going to have public input for that?
No, I wasn't going to have public input. I was just going to call some people to have a discussion. So we need a roll call, please. And I've been told I can do, it's my meeting. They keep telling me it's my meeting, and I keep asking them, are you sure? So go right ahead, Ron.
Councilor Jackson?
Aye.
Councilor Letterman?
Aye.
Councilor Eby?
Aye.
Councilor Salas?
Aye.
Councilor Cornelius?
Aye.
Councilor Coughlin?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, and
There you are, the presiding officer at your meeting.
yeah.
It's your meeting, you can cry if you want to.
Yeah, I can cry if I want to. So the whole point of this thing that we've been trying to do, and I know I've talked to all of you, was to try to protect our local interests, our local businesses, our people that want the opportunity. And so, why don't we talk to a couple of the local ones that are here? We know them. We've had them at the council meeting before. So if y'all will indulge me, I would like to be able to ask some questions of these guys, because this is their livelihood. They've been doing it a lot longer than we have. And we've known these guys for quite a while. So I know these two. I don't know the other young man there, and there might be another one in the back. But Josh McCurdy and Austin Miller, would you guys come up? We've had Josh before at City Council a year or two ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, to talk to us about when we first heard that this was coming down the pike. And so we talked about medical, we talked about different things, and then everybody knows Austin Miller too. And so, guys, you've heard the discussion that we're having. about and the reasoning behind it. We're not trying to keep it out or whatever. We're trying to get some control and some information to the public. So from your point of view, you've already given us some information that corrected us, that came out late that we hadn't seen. So what I would like for you guys to do is maybe talk to us a little bit about the timing. Cannabis, medical, you said was stopped. When recreation's going to come in, the grow, how all that works into it. And then if any of the councilor has questions, I'd like for you to answer them if you can.
Yes. So far, the timing, like the Cannabis Control Division, they took over all the cannabis world on June 29th. The Department of Health actually gave up all but the cards for their patients registry. So the Department of Health didn't have anything else to do with the cannabis. It goes to the Cannabis Control Division, which they came out with new rules on July 7th for production. And then the timeline for those guys, just to give you an idea, is September 1st is the production applications. And then they're saying January 1st is all for all the other licenses, which for production, I don't believe there should be any production down Midtown either. But far as there's the retail and usually manufacturing is also done in the production world. The retail licenses and stuff, they'll talk about them in the 1st of January. Just from my connections in Santa Fe, they said they're going to try to do that earlier. So that'll be something, to look at as far as zoning and stuff for your retail establishments and things like that. Right now is just the production sites is what the rules are kind of running with right now, and that September 1st is when those applications go out. So
for business people in Midtown that have whatever kind of shop, and they want to sell cannabis in that shop, they can apply for a license, get that license, and then according to some kind of guidelines, have a spot, procure a spot in their business where they could actually sell recreational marijuana, pot, cannabis.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's available to anybody, and so this moratorium where we're trying to keep the big companies or the big boys to come in and overtake the market, y'all don't see that as any kind of a concern?
We probably don't have too many big companies in the state of New Mexico. They call it MSOs, multi-state operations, and the population density of New Mexico is just a little less for those guys to really think about it. We have some, I guess you could say they're bigger organizations in the state of New Mexico, but realistically, we don't have none of like the big money guys. Ultra Health is the largest one in the state, and that gentleman will have 50 stores by the end of this year for retail or whatever.
Is that Rodriguez?
Yeah, Duke Rodriguez. And so, and another thing is to look at, you could put the rules of the zoning on recreational marijuana sales here or there. But there's a way though, there's gray areas. Like you could have that to where there's a smoking area or whatever, and they could smoke cannabis in that area, and they didn't sell it in Midtown at all. You go get you a sandwich, you spark you a joint. As far as the rules and the regs and the legislation, it's really hard as long as it's not a public area or can't be seen from a public area to stop that. So there's options like that. So if you put rules in it, there's gonna, let's be honest, the cannabis market comes from an illicit market anyways. That's where the industry comes from. So they figure out the gray markets and the rules and stuff like that. They spend money on lawyers to do it also. And nobody wants to get in any kind of litigation over some rules. It just takes away from our community. So.
Son, you got something?
Yes, I think that most of the stuff like the licensing and all that, they're not going to allow us to apply for production, manufacturing, or retail unless you submit a plan to them of where you're doing it and what you're doing. And so that will control everybody just coming in and it being no holds bar, because like on production side that we're looking at, I have to have a commercial well. I have to have everything done to their specifications before I even put the application in. And so that's going to keep a lot of people out of doing it because they don't want to spend the money on what they want or what the state's going to require. And so I think that will allow us to still not have to deal with a lot of big money. And I feel like, restricting it all, we just don't want it to be pushed back, for production and everything, because we were talking to dispensary owners up there and they're seeing like an average of some sales being $25,000 a day. And, the tax that is generated by one dispensary over a month is going to be around 60 to 70,000 if that's the average. And so we want to keep the money here, but we also don't want it to be overran. And, we just kind of want to meet you guys in the middle of figuring out what the best way to go about this is. But the good thing is that the state that has those dates set, September 1st, January 1st, and April 1st for the retail. And they're rushing to get as much as they can done beforehand. So it's, not a question of at the last second, we don't know what's going on. And so I think us having the right things done and in time to be able to get our licensing will keep people from, applying for licenses and just trying to go and get whatever they can. Well, you'll have to have your property. You'll have to have everything done before you can even apply for that license. And so you can't just apply for a production license and then go buy a property and start growing weeds. You have to have all your stuff done, your commercial well, your commercial water meter, everything that they want in that licensing. And so I think that also goes hand in hand with the manufacturing and with retail. And so we won't see as many people as some of the other states. They wrote it as you could apply even if you didn't have the property, and then you could start messing with everything afterwards. And that allowed so many applicants to come to the first of it. And so I think the good thing is that will snuff a lot of people out that shouldn't be in the industry, and then keep it where hopefully we have a lot more honest group that's doing it.
So go ahead, John. Correct me if I'm wrong here. This is your deal. It just sounds to me like instead of us putting a moratorium on anything, we could help you guys more by getting zoning in place quickly so that you know where to buy a property to have a retail outlet or.
Exactly.
Yes, and that's what we're kind of here for, because we don't want to spend all this funds and then be like just still questioning, hey, is this going to be a good spot or not, and they're trying to be doing provisional plans where you can send it in before spending that money, and they're going to okay it or say, hey, look, you need to change this or change that also. And I think one of the things we were talking about earlier, even if it is a medicinal dispensary in town right now, they still have to apply for that recreational license, and they can still get turned down depending on what they say. And so they won't be able to just start selling recreational immediately. It'll have to be approved by the state before they can even do anything.
So that's where I'm hearing conflicting stuff, because I'm hearing that if you have a medical dispensary, when the recreational licenses are available, you still have to apply, but it's pretty much a given that you're going to get it. It's an automatic. Now, are they still, and the other thing is, I'm hearing different things. Are they still, because it sounded like you said they're not issuing any more medical licenses right now? So medical's off the table until when?
Medical's probably gone. When recreational came in, it killed the medical program, and the way they're doing that is to say that the recreational stores will have to hold 10 to 20% of their inventory for medical patients. And that, yes, the current producers will have to put their license in within 30 days of like the production rule September 1st for the production site. They have to put their rules in 30 days. After that to get, and then they have to have all their state taxes and stuff paid. There's organizations in the state that doesn't, so they've done that to try to get some of the bad actors out also.
Yeah, and I don't think we're really looking at, in Ruidoso, really doing much in the way of production. I mean, first of all, water is God forbid, and doing something in Midtown, you're gonna have to do an indoor grow, which your utility costs are gonna be ridiculous and all that. But it's more for the retail side of it. So what you're saying is if I wanted to, I could not go apply and get a medical dispensary license. It's just off the table. It's impossible.
Yes, sir. The first license you could get would be a production license on September 1st. And that license just allows you to grow whatever you put into whatever plant count. There's a micro licenses too for the smaller and social equity, which those are $1,000 license for 200 plants. And then you have the bigger ones, which they dropped the fee on the bigger one to $10 a plant. So they're just trying to allow more people in there. I think the problems that are going to occur for Ruidoso will be the retail and the consumption lounges.
Correct.
I think that's what the community's worried about. Having a little green mile in Midtown and everything else. I can't see that really happening. I mean, I just don't see people having that much money to invest. I mean, the real estate in Midtown's pretty expensive. So they're going to have to really take in and, see what they're going to do and what the return on investment is. With competition and stuff, within the 2 years, we might get saturated, but after 2 years, probably 90% of these companies will be gone.
Right,
So.
exactly.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
You know, what we're being told and what we heard at the conferences is that the medical are the ones that are gonna, continue to do well because there's no tax on the medical. And, so you're saying that it's off the table. What was reported to us, we did some research, is that the Department of Health closed down the medical, but, the licensing and regulations is supposed to be taking that over and opening that back up for medical, September 1. And those people that are applying for the medical, what was told to us is that they automatically get a recreational permit.
Right. I consult with the producers now and stuff, and I've talked to them, and they're worried about trying to get their new license and stuff because some of them don't even have a COC.
COC?
A certificate of occupancy or COO, you know what I mean, or a fire inspection and stuff. It was really wild west when the medical program and some of these guys put their production and their retail establishments in. So they're just trying to backtrack off all of that. And as far as the medical, I guess you can allow to get a medical license or production, and it'll be half the price or whatever for your plants at the moment. But far as anybody I've ran into, far as the top 30, the big 30 guys or anything like that, they're not worried about medical. Far as the no taxes, that's for us medical patients. If we have a medical card, we can go into a place and not have to pay. We don't pay the tax like a normal recreational consumer will.
But right now, I was just saying that's why, you said it's off the table. I think that industry is going to continue to do well.
But they're restricting those licenses.
Well, and in history, though, when a medical program goes wreck, they lose about around 70% of their medical patients. And in the state of New Mexico, I was the largest. I was the president of the largest patient advocacy group for 7 years. So I spent a lot of time in Santa Fe and stuff. And patients are not that active. So I even think there'll be more people just not even renew their medical cards. With the way everybody's going, as far as the 30 biggest licensed nonprofit producers, they're definitely looking into the consumption lounges and the retail, all the drive-throughs, since that's an opening thing. The medical, if it does go anywhere, it'll be like Pacnaxia, the Israel company up in Albuquerque and stuff. Those companies that are producing stuff. But far as the community, there'll definitely be less medical patients. For somebody to invest in a business that you're limiting your people to come in and buy from you in the cannabis world, especially with the recreational, I don't see those people doing very well either. As far as just trying to stay on the medical side, because you're very much limiting your people.
Well, what's the tax on the recreational, 30% or something?
12.
That's what we're getting, how much?
12. It starts at 12%. The recreational extra tax, it starts at 12%, and it's going to work its way up to like 20.
What was being talked about was a 35-65% split.
And we get 35 out of that.
Okay.
Right. And then, you're just talking about the legal market. The more you press the legal market retailers and business people, the more the illicit market will thrive. Right. It's just the way it goes. Even now, since June 29th, and the government up there, the Santa Fe, put the buggy in front of the cart. Or the horse, it's been a mess. I can tell you the illicit market in Albuquerque's gone. They have pop-up sesh. This is what looks like a farmer's market. And, with the rules and stuff that happened on the 29th, it took it really kind of handcuffed all the law enforcement's hands as far as what you can arrest people for, or even go after them for with cannabis now. Santa Fe really just ran this one through.
See, and that's my concern is, here we're talking about how are we going to embrace the industry coming into Ruidoso, but yet we don't know what the rules are. So that's why I'm in favor of saying, hold on, let's just not the grow part. That is a different thing. But as far as the retail part of it, hold on, let's see what the rules are, how they're going to shake out. I mean, this is the first I'm hearing about drive-through. And then you mentioned consumption lounges. I did not know that was possible.
Well, I'll throw another one at you, because if you restrict the retail in Midtown, I would go to an ice cream truck model, so I can deliver it to you, and that's in there also.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
So that's where I think before we move forward with it, we need to know so we can craft our ordinances And I have been, even back when I used to work for juvenile drug court, I said, cannabis is like alcohol. to me, they're on the same level playing field. And I think that we need to look at how we're going to embrace it as we do with alcohol. But at that same point is we don't know what the rules are. And that's the hard thing that I'm having is saying, yeah, go ahead. And like you said, the Wild West, coming out here and no rules and everything was going crazy. That's what I'm afraid of. To make sure that those people that are jumping into this gold mine don't go bankrupt. These people that are being attracted here because of the high-paying jobs all of a sudden don't lose their jobs because they can't compete. Because yes, there's going to be a natural progression of thinning out the herd, and there's going to be a few that survive and will move forward with it. And how do we protect all of those people from those investors, from those employees, and from the general public? Now, there's some people, no matter what, do not want it. It is what it is. That's not in our wheelhouse. We have no control over that. But how can we handle this? And the analogy I gave earlier, and I don't know if you were here, was you're building a house. You got to go get a permit. You got to have somebody design, the construction plans instead of just going out and buying a bunch of 2x4s and nails and throwing something together.
But it sounded like that the state of New Mexico, you have to have your plans in place before they will give you a license.
Well, to grow, you have to have your own water rights, all that kind of stuff. But as far as retail, which is primarily what we're concerned about, and it's, what we wanted to do, I don't want to lose sight of that, is make sure that the local people have a chance to get in it. Because you're not going to protect everybody that, they're going to get in. There's going to be some losers, a lot of losers, because they don't know how to manage business or whatever. They don't understand the product. They don't understand any of that. But what these guys are saying is that the system is already in place at Santa Fe, seems like we need to break down the rules and find out what they've got. And it sounds like it's about zoning.
Mayor, next week on the agenda, the City Managers Association, there's going to be a presentation. But, the zoning, guidance hasn't came through to us, so.
But it's like his deal of the ice cream van, we already have mobile food vending that is, there's no trailers, there's no mobile food vending in Midtown. We have an ordinance against that there's no mobile pot stores or cannabis cars.
There's no smoking outdoors as well.
There's,
there's Clean Air Act, there's, all kinds of different rules that apply, but we have no idea what the rules and regulations that are going to be coming out that govern that in regards to cannabis.
Well, but these outdoor patios that some of these bars are putting in, they're out there smoking.
Well, according to our ordinances, they shouldn't be.
Or people just walking down the street.
the only time they can't smoke is when we're in the fire level. 3.
Yeah,
You can smoke outside.
Yeah.
Except for when we're in their fire.
Right, so when we're in fire restrictions,
They can't smoke outside.
When we have fire restrictions, but.
Well, then it's up to the fire marshal to license certain areas that he's deemed safe, concrete, whatever. You have your fire extinguisher and all those things. So it would probably go right in line with that. But then the other is rooms, consumption rooms, where they will go and actually smoke it.
So, we're hoping, next week that, I think AJ's supposed to be doing a briefing this week as well, Ron, if I'm not mistaken.
Monday?
Is it on the 17th?
The 19th.
19th? He's supposed to be doing a briefing, but right now, there's no guidance for us on zoning. They've looked at, what other states have done, and they have some, model ordinances, but what New Mexico's doing isn't the same as other states.
Correct. Well, I just, go ahead, John.
Well, seems like it's all up in the air. We can't make rules on stuff we don't know the state hadn't made rules. The only way these guys are going to be able to get ahead of the game is if we have our zoning in place. And we can do zoning.
Right.
The state said we can do that. They're coming in, no matter what we do. And if we have the zoning in place, they're going to be responsible for the rules. We don't, but I think that would allow them to plan and get everything in place. And then when the rules come up, they're going to have to follow them. And if we know now that we don't want any consumption somewhere, we can put that in our zoning.
Absolutely.
But I don't know that the moratorium's going to solve anything. You know, we thought that the medical was going to come in and try to get around our zoning, but it sounds like it's not. And that's what I thought the purpose of this
I don't think
moratorium was.
that's true. They're saying that they're gonna get a permit automatically. And if the local community that's going to wanna get into that industry is fine with that, then that's up to them to, express that. But, I think that was the concerns, that it wasn't a free market system. It didn't appear to us that, local businesses were gonna be given the same opportunity of businesses that were already established to get into the market.
But if they're not issuing medical licenses now,
The Department of Health is not issuing licenses. From what we're hearing, they're supposed to be opening up the medical application process again, and you currently have medical establishments set. Is it an even playing field? I think that's, what the question was when this was discussed in the working session. Is it an even playing field? Is there something that we can do, pass some type of resolution to make sure that our local entrepreneurs have an even playing field when it comes to them getting into this business?
Well, let me ask Josh a question. Okay, you were talking about grow and then production. So people that make gummy bears, people that make lemon drops, people that make cookies and brownies, they're there. So they're getting tested. Is there going to be a rule against people opening up a cannabis-infused kitchen where they make the stuff right in-house? That's one place.
There's already, I'll be honest, there's already gray market bed and breakfasts out there in the state, where you come in and they do that thing. As far as that's a manufacturing license that you're talking about there, anytime you infuse it. So a micro business would be able to do something like that. I mean, you could even have a restaurant to where you infuse the food and then you have dinner. And that would be, that'd be another, infused restaurant situation. So, I mean, it'd still kind of be like a retail or consumption lounge because you're eating it, you're consuming it. So those, I mean, as far as Santa Fe, you don't know what they're going to do. They're going to do what's best for them and they're going to tell everybody else about it. And as far as I know, like, this is how I feel about it. Everything they do on like the conferences stuff is a dog and pony show. They already got the rules, everything set in the backdoor rooms and stuff. For some of the people I consult, it's actually a tribe and they've been involved in that situation quite a bit. So they give me a lot of information when stuff's running that dirt, just.
So a regular mom and pop that wants to start selling cannabis and they want to buy edibles, is there enough production going to be in March and April and to even buy it?
My predictions of April 2nd will probably be the state will probably ran out of cannabis.
Yeah, that's what they told us at that meeting.
Right. It's just we don't have enough.
Just to the point that he made, a lot of these rules and regulations have already been written behind closed doors, and there's going to be winners and losers, and that's what we're concerned with.
Correct.
Right. In the cannabis market, quality is king. Just like the guys that are already established, I'm not worried about going to business with them. It's just because, if you have a better business plan, you think you do everything better than they do, you go at it. I just don't want to have y'all limit the entrepreneurs or other people that want to invest money in Midtown or anything to have a retail establishment or a consumption lounge. We lose all that money as far as tax revenue in the city. I mean, that could go to their children in schools. We could go to more officers on our police force. When you're talking about, I don't know how many Midtown stores make $25,000 a day. And that's on an average day in Albuquerque, the retail stores. So when you get a busy weekend here, we're looking $30,000, $40,000 a day at just one establishment. Now, y'all take the tax revenue that would help the city, and there's probably a lot y'all could do with that.
Well, so my problem again that I'm having with all this, and I'm not discounting you guys, but you have your opinion, and then we're hearing other things. So there's so much conflicting information out here that we really don't know, and the state is oogie boogie on it. But let's assume you're correct that there's no new licenses being issued. So then, if we were to enact a resolution as a moratorium on those retail type businesses, it doesn't affect anybody because they can't get a license anyways. But now let's go ahead and assume that maybe you're wrong, and like Tim's saying, that the health department's not going to be issuing licenses, going over to the cannabis board, and all of a sudden next week they decide, yeah, okay, we're going to start issuing licenses, and then you get this mad rush coming in of people wanting to get the medical licenses because they're guaranteed a recreational license when they're available. Well, then we're behind the curve on it. So to me, it's like, let's just slow play it a little bit. Let's wait for the rules to come out, and then because if you're correct that they're not issuing any licenses, then there's no harm, no foul.
Well, and if you just want to dodge it all, just make cannabis zoning. That'd be just cannabis, medical or recreation cannabis. It doesn't matter as long as it's cannabis.
Correct.
So you could zone it that way. I mean, if somebody, so nobody could do a a loophole and come back on the medical side. Just put cannabis as the zoning situation instead of medical or recreational, giving
Have
it
it all
one
together.
Have it together.
And then, so if we're going to do, and here's what happens sometimes, is we'll do these resolutions, we'll put some type of let's delay things a little bit, and then we just drop the ball. But then what we need to do is we need to start working quickly on coming up with the zoning and coming up with this stuff so that we've got it all in place, and not wait until September 1st, or January 1, or what, all these different dates, and let's not wait till then. We need to have this all in place like in the next couple of months. But it gives us that opportunity then. And when we change our ordinances, when we change our zoning, then we've got that time to announce that we're going to have a public hearing. We have time to hold the public hearing, and we can get it done. But,
But what about the little guys? Let's just say, like you said, that that they continue, you can go ahead and have a medical marijuana. Those same people are going to get that medical marijuana, the little guys, so that they can just be grandfathered in.
correct, but that's where we're getting conflicting information. We're being told that, no, they're not issuing anymore, but then we're also being told by other people that, yes, it's still coming. So which is it? And if we have the little guys, so then all of a sudden, let's say there's a half a dozen or a dozen people or 10 people, and I know there's people that have been contacting us that have said, I want to get my foot in the door because I want to get my piece of the pie. So then all of a sudden, we've got all these licenses, and they're opening up these shops in Midtown. And I think during our workshop, there was a reference to an acronym of Cannabis Corner already in Midtown, because there's already a concentration of businesses there. But so then we've got it under control.
But if you do the zoning, like John said, let's get the zoning going. And then, if the rules come out, then we can always manipulate the zoning to comply with the state.
Once they're in place, they're grandfathered in. If we change our zoning, you can't force somebody out of business.
Correct.
So that's why I'm saying, let's get our zoning in place before we allow them to come in and open up new businesses. Because once they're in, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Mayor, council, we're really looking at two separate issues when we talk about zoning and we talk about, the moratorium that was being proposed. When you look at the moratorium and the triggers that Zach put in there, he talked about, date specifics, and he triggers it back to when the regulations come out. And so I don't think the intent was to, stop or any of the application processes for retail or for the grows or for whatever. I think the intent is to make sure that we're not getting flooded with those medical shops coming in and not giving fair advantage to
our businesses,
the businesses here locally. I think that was the intent of what was being proposed on the moratorium. And in the revision of what Zach has written in, it actually directs the community development department to continue to work with the local entrepreneurs that are wanting to try to position themselves to establish a business or whatnot. But it talks about the zoning. So the zoning certification process is what ties to the license, and we can't issue a zoning certification right now. Just like the state of New Mexico is not issuing permits. How do we issue a zoning certification on the medical marijuana or recreational at this point? That's all that the moratorium is doing.
It's a zoning certification until the licensing and regulation rules come out. And then Samantha would have guidance on what she can do. In the meantime, we look at the zoning issue separate and address, up until, a couple of weeks ago when we went to that conference, we never heard about the consumption rooms and what they're wanting to talk about. That's a whole other zoning issue that we're still trying to learn about, and learn how to approach, so.
No, yeah, I'm with you. I was involved in multiple laws trying to help pass recreational marijuana and like the consumption lounges and stuff. The conference you went to was just for production.
Yep.
And that's a way for them to make money. I'm surprised we're not having another conference July.
They promoted it as a local government.
Right,
They had a
because you got
local
$150, you get $150 pass instead of $175.
Exactly.
Yeah, Socorro was there, Santa Fe County was there. I've talked, because I have a consulting job in Santa Fe County, so you know what I mean, and talking to the county and stuff up there, they're just as lost also. And then you got aggressive lawmakers and stuff that are consulting companies now for licenses and stuff. And I know their views on how, they'd just rather take you to court. Those are coming. So September 1st, applications for production will go out that day. Like you will be able to get online, RLD, and put all your stuff in, and then they'll give you a provisional license saying yay or nay after what you put in. And then after you get all your other stuff, your COC, your fire inspection, and your water and everything certified, and have that back in there, then they'll give you your license to start growing plants. So it's as fast as September 1st is when licenses start for applications. For growing. So I mean, there'll still be a zoning, like I don't think there'll be anybody doing a production down in Midtown. Ain't enough square footage, let's be honest. But you never know. I mean, mom and pop shop with 200 plants want to put it in the back, the back room there. I don't know. From Oklahoma, I'm a commercial cannabis farmer owner in Oklahoma, and there's places like that in Oklahoma. One of the commercial grows I seen was a fifth wheel trailer with the wheels removed and a fence around it, and that was considered okay. So, it can get real I don't know. It can get real crazy from my experience of seeing different things. So, and then being, involved in the Santa Fe world, everybody that's been up there, it's its own little entity of the world, in my opinion.
So you said you have a commercial grow operation in Oklahoma.
Yes, sir.
Can you then transport that to other states?
Not yet. There is a provision in the regulation that says if the two governors of those states find an interstate commerce that they can get it done. But then you got people like I bet all of you have heard about the Greenbright, the $300 million cannabis grow that's going to happen in Grants. That's a DEA contract. Duke Rodriguez actually has a DEA contract also. So they're going to grow cannabis for the DEA and send it off to Mississippi to be studied. So that's a whole, yeah, exactly. It's federally illegal, Scheduled 1. There's even like companies like GW Pharmaceuticals that's already done. They did human trials 2-3 years ago with their Sativex.
I really think that we have all these conversations, and what we need to do is as the general public is we need to go to our federal elected officials, and we need to tell them, look, either get the law off the books or enforce it, one or the other. Because there's that gray area that's just creating so much problems. But Tim, I know Zach was going to come up with a revised resolution. Is that ready?
Yes.
Maybe if we
Thank you, gentlemen. Y'all can sit down.
I got one question.
Oh, he's got one more question.
One question that's kind of been, pondering in my mind, we've talked about it, that you can't take, the cash sales or whatnot and deposit them in a bank. So how do you take the tax and deposit it in the Taxation Revenue Department?
Money orders, your CPAs, you have smart CPAs that help you out and do stuff like that. Yeah, it is a mess. And then I just like to volunteer any of my time and stuff with y'all if y'all like any more. I'd love to help and help steer y'all. Any help I can give you. I am pretty well connected up in the Santa Fe world and with a lot of producers, and I'm a cannabis consultant, and I'm doing jobs and stuff like that. So it's part of my job just to know what's going on. And then I text message the guys that are in the back door, meetings and stuff, because it's better to know before it hits you. So.
I'll add something quickly too. And so we've been medicinal since 2007. There's only 34 medicinal licenses. And from the meeting when I was up there too, they're not going to be just giving out medicinal licenses. It's going to be just as strict as it was the whole time that they've been doing it. And so having that many years and only 34 licenses, they're not going to allow a bunch of people to try to jump in there so they can get the recreational quicker, you know, and I think that that'll make a big deal. And so that will keep a lot of people from being able to do that and try to overstep what you guys are setting.
I'm glad you have confidence in Santa Fe.
Okay, so what we've got, we heard a lot of what ifs, you know, and we can bury ourselves in what ifs. So it sounds like that we're still in accord that we want to talk about moratorium. We want to hear what Zach is comprised because it sounds like that the production is not going to be a big issue. It's going to be the local consumption and retail sales of it, recreational. And that seems like it's taking care of it itself as far as licensing. And I don't know how you're going to talk about zoning. Are you going to tell people in Midtown they can't sell it?
That's our option.
That's your option, but I mean.
But that's why I think we need to come up with it. So if these guys want to rent a place, buy a place downtown, or in C2s. Right now it's C1. We've got some work to do there, and then we got to let them have on-site consumption. We could let them have sales and not on-site consumption.
Mayor, let's see if we get some guidance next week from the municipal league on how to approach this from a zoning perspective. We'll bring back that recommendation.
So are you proposing, we've already tabled this once.
We could postpone it to a proposed special meeting that's going to be on the 20th, is that correct?
You know, Mayor, when you look at what Zach's, you know, getting ready to read here, it's really more of a political statement that, you know, this governing body, you know, doesn't, you know, approve the way that this thing is being rolled out. It's asking the Community Development Department to continue working with local entrepreneurs to, you know, position themselves. It doesn't, once the regulations and rules come out, then it lifts, you know, the directive to the Community Development Department on zoning. So I don't think it's harmful in any way. It doesn't stop anybody. It's more of a statement that it's out of control. There needs to be some type of, you know, control.
Well, and we do that with tax and rev and everything else. And the old thing my granddad was talking about, don't piss in the wind. It kind of just feels the same way. You know, we're making a statement, but nobody's listening. You know, we can go ahead and make it, but, you know, I think we do need to continue to work with the planning and zoning with Samantha and find out what we can do, what we're not going to be able to do. Because we're not one to restrict. And that's the thing about it is you got all these businesses in Midtown that they're planning on having their own little corner down there that they're going to be selling something. And I don't know. You know, you've heard of the Moon Mountain Mafia and you've heard of the real estate board, and I don't want to get the Midtown folks when they're considering the gold rush is going to rush them by. So I don't know, really, we've been talking about this for a couple hours now.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that is the elephant in the room is that many of these retail establishments have no clue about how a regulatory agency comes into your business and demands of you certain requirements. And it's up to that review. And as I understand it, this will be the Cannabis Control Division, which hasn't even its own statutes yet. So having been on a regulatory board, medical, that I can tell you that it's going to be governed on one side by the civil attorneys on the AG's office and the other side the criminal. And I'm not sure that the retail agency of any business downtown, especially a mom and pop agency, is going to understand what it is the requirements to do this are going to be. This isn't going to be a display case that you just put new lighting in. I mean, it's going to be far more controlled than that. And the inventory of it's going to be controlled. Why? Well, because it's taxed.
Well, but possibly, but I can tell you, before breweries and wineries and all those local things came out, I used to get visited by the Alcohol Gaming Commissioner all the time. They'd send in stings. They would want to see where I purchased my alcohol. They wanted to see my sales receipts. That hadn't happened in 7, 8, 9 years. I haven't even seen one. And it's because revenues generated by the breweries, the local, and they've seen another source of revenue. So they're not hassling us as much. I see pot the same way. I think you're gonna be able to sell it, just like you do beer and wine. I think that they're probably gonna take down some information from you, your name and your driver's license number or something like they do in some areas, but I think it's gonna be sold a lot like beer and wine. And that's just my opinion. I may be wrong, but I just see it as something as simple as that, because the stuff that I've seen, it does get pretty, the thing I'm worried about is, can we keep up with production? Can they manufacture enough gummy drops to get to New Mexico businesses? Because as they said, we're a small player in the scheme of things. And then how do we keep illicit business from coming in and filling those needs? Because who's going to inspect it? They got like 4 employees over there, the alcohol gaming guys. They don't come and inspect because they don't have enough employees. The health department doesn't have enough employees. The Office of Engineering, OSC, he doesn't have enough staff. So I know a lot of people are going to want to go to work for this department, but I still don't know if they're going to be in checking inventory. I don't know if are they? I mean, that's what I want to know. Is they going to check where you bought it? They may start out that way, but is it going to go away?
You have to have a seed to sell program, so that it keeps track of all that. And the program we have right now is BioTrack, and there is loopholes.
So if you can't get enough, and as a retailer, I got to have some product, I got to have some inventory, and
yes, it happens right now.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is, but who's going to go out and find out? They pull you over in Mayor's Marijuana Corner, they pull it over and they say, you got X number of gummy bears, where'd you get them? And I don't have an inventory. Then what are they going to do? Is there anybody that does that job? No. And that's what I'm saying. It's more throwing it out there, get our tax money coming in, then we're fighting with tax and rev. We're talking about tax overall, and I'm on the tax municipal thing now. So that's what I'm talking about. It's all smokescreen. It really is. So we just need to figure out what opportunities do our businesses need that we can help you know.
Also, out in Albuquerque, they stated that the state banks were going to start taking the money.
Yeah, Southwest Bank of New Mexico.
Yes, and so they're not going to be federal banks, but there is a way to process it where you can get your taxes. So.
Yep.
Yeah, national.
I don't think the stores, we keep talking about all the stores downtown want to do it.
Not all of them do.
No, but some of them, I don't think they will, because it has to be separated. You can't go in if you're not 21.
Yeah.
You really want to chop off half your retail space.
And that's what capitalism's about.
Stores. If you want to have a marijuana store, great, but I don't think a lot of them can do both.
See, that's where business comes in, and capitalism. People will figure it out. These business people will figure that out. And I think that's for the independent entrepreneurs to figure out, do you want to alienate some of your customers? They don't want to see pot. Or are you not even going to be able to let half of them in? And so the ones that cater to families or whatever will continue to. What I don't want to do is create, like he said, the Green Mile, where it's store after store after store, and then we become pot leaves everywhere. But we have signed ordinances that we're working on that now.
But my understanding is, by the state legislation, we can't control what they put on their sign.
No, they can put a marijuana leaf or whatever, sure, but we can control the size, all that stuff of signs already through our ordinance. Just like you do with Budweiser, King of Beers, y'all heard of that?
Control separation.
So, I mean, I don't want to say we're making much to do about nothing, but I think we're getting on that ledge. I think that the simple thing is we were focused on not giving the big boys that we all perceived may not even care about it.
May not exist.
Yeah, and that they are weak, and that's what I'm wondering if that's the position we're in. So would y'all like to hear what?
This is an educational process.
Well, and that's one of the things that I love about the council. We have to do this because we can't discuss this stuff in private.
No.
It's the daylight laws, so if we seem naive in some of these areas, it's because probably we are. We have done a lot of studying on it, but those things change. And we're worried about the flood whenever they change the rules, and so I'm glad that these guys were here so that we could listen to them and pick their brain, because I know they're very knowledgeable in it. So Zach, are you in a position where you could maybe read?
Sure.
Okay.
I worked on after the table a minute ago.
Turn on your mic.
Oh, yeah. You know what, Yvonne printed copies of the latest draft, if you guys would like. Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
That's this.
That many pages, lawyer?
You know, Mayor, these discussions are important and, you know, it educates and it brings out the information to the community and, you know, the people that are listening, I bet you have learned or, you know, there's a lot of rumors floating around out there, so they get to get educated on the issue as well.
Right. So Mayor, the first thing I did was change the title, and what it says now is a resolution directing staff not to issue zoning certificates for cannabis businesses in Ruidoso until the effective date of rules adopted by the New Mexico Regulation and Licensing Department Cannabis Control Division related to cannabis retail, cannabis cultivation, and cannabis manufacturing, and directing the community director, the Community Development Department to avail itself to applicants in the preparation and development of cannabis businesses. I kept the first three recitals as they were in the original one, and then I struck the next two, three, and then I drafted new recitals, whereas the New Mexico Regulation and Licensing Department Cannabis Control Division, quote unquote, the division.
Mayor, before we move on, Zach, if you don't mind if I can just offer something real quick.
Okay.
After, in the preamble, New Mexico Regulation and Licensing Department Cannabis Control Division, or the local zoning ordinances. So if we establish the local zoning ordinances that, you know, if it comes out, then it gives Samantha the directive to be able to issue those zoning certifications on the zoning that's been established.
Similar to like we do with liquor license.
Correct.
So, because right now they get issued a license by the state, it's sent to the local municipality or governing body
Yes.
to verify and then to approve.
Yes, and just listening to the council, they're pretty much directing that they want those ordinances drafted immediately, and we can do that as soon as we find out, you know, what the guidance is on our part. If we, you know, can establish those zoning ordinances before the licensing and regulation, you know, issues their rules, then we're ready to, you know, direct community development to proceed with those zoning certifications.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, Tim, where are you?
Just in the preamble, right after.
Preamble.
Where it talks about until the rules are adopted by the New Mexico licensing.
Okay.
After that, put an or local zoning ordinances are established.
Okay.
So two different triggers.
Okay, continues that.
Would it be the earlier of those?
If that's what you recommend as an attorney, I guess.
It's an extra word, he gets paid by the word.
Okay. And so on the next page, whereas the New Mexico, where the division will hold a hearing on Friday, August 6, 2021, to consider the proposed new rules regarding the processing, approval, and denial of license applications for cannabis producers, cannabis producer microbusinesses, and any person properly licensed and in good standing as a licensed cannabis producer pursuant to the Lynn and Aaron Compassionate Care Act. And whereas the division began accepting public comments on the proposed new rules on July 7, 2021, and whereas the division will accept public comments through the close of the public rule hearing on August 6, 2021, and whereas it is not clear from the notice of proposed rulemaking and the proposed draft rules published by the division on its website which segments of the cannabis industry will be affected by the public rules hearing on August 6, 2021, and whereas it is foreseeable that additional proposed rulemaking hearings will be held to establish more rules for the regulation of the cannabis industry, and whereas the governing body of the Village of Ruidoso acknowledges that the Cannabis Control Act places severe restrictions against local governments in the regulation of the cannabis industry within the local government's jurisdiction, and whereas based on lack of guidance from the state, the governing body of Ruidoso lacks all clarity on the effect the cannabis industry will have on the Village of Ruidoso, its residents, and local businesses. And whereas the governing body of Ruidoso, the Village of Ruidoso, desires to protect local businesses against the possibility of an unfair advantage created by the lack of guidance and understanding of the rulemaking process. Now therefore be it resolved The Village of Ruidoso shall not issue zoning certificates to cannabis businesses until the effective date of rules adopted by the New Mexico Regulation and Licensing Department Control Division, or the village revises its zoning ordinances. And be it further resolved that the Community Development Department shall avail itself to applicants in the preparation and development of cannabis businesses.
And Mayor, I'd like to offer another, therefore be it resolved, directing staff to proceed with the drafting of zoning ordinances.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Are you still planning on sending out a survey to residents on,
Yeah.
not the one that, have you heard of this? What do you think about zoning downtown or in C2 or?
Well, we need to, and we're talking to local businesses. You know, and we're getting it's, you know, it's not even 50-50. I mean, a lot of the ones I'm talking to are not wanting it because it doesn't mesh with their business.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want it around. But then the other ones are wanting to add it to their, business line. So we've talked to some of them, but it's not on an official survey. We've started that new survey, which is more data-driven and not like the Survey Monkey that the RMA did. This one is a different sort that we actually know who we're talking to.
Okay, well, the one that was presented the other day was.
No, that was,
Forget that one.
Didn't.
no,
do
we got
anything.
rid of that one.
Okay,
Yep.
good.
So would this still be Resolution 2021-34, which was in the original
Mayor,
agenda item?
Council, on any resolution, it's not an ordinance, it's not law, so it's an official action. So a resolution, when it's being presented, can be amended at the council meeting and then adopted. Or, you can amend that ordinance and then push it to the next meeting, postpone it or whichever you prefer.
But as far as numbering of the resolution?
The numbering of the resolution is what was published, so that resolution will still remain the same.
And this would be
Okay.
this would be recorded as amended.
As
Yes.
amended, yes. Okay.
So after you come back from your meeting in a couple of weeks, we can amend it again.
Yes.
Right.
This is really just a statement and an action giving us direction.
As it dovetails with the dates, pretty much.
Well,
I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Does everybody understand what he's getting ready to make a motion on?
We'll see what.
Amending what was on the agenda originally with this.
Basically, yeah.
That's, yeah.
So I move to adopt Resolution 2021-34, which has been amended to be a resolution directing staff not to issue zoning certificates for cannabis businesses, and Zach, help me where I need to add something in here, in Ruidoso until the effective date of rules adopted by the New Mexico Regulation and Licensing Department Cannabis Control Division, or
Such time as the governing body amends adopts its land use ordinances
In regards to cannabis.
in regards to cannabis.
related to cannabis retail, cannabis cultivation, and cannabis manufacturing, and directing the Community Development Department to avail itself to applicants in the preparation and development of cannabis businesses.
Second.
And further discussion or a comment, to include also language, the sooner of those two triggers. So it'll be
Right.
not issued until such time as either the division adopts rules or the villages changes its ordinances.
Correct. I accept that, yes. Yeah, Zach will put it in writing.
Yes.
Okay, that was a motion.
There's a second.
Got a
We got a
second?
second. Any other final discussion?
Well, Mayor, I will make a statement here that I did come into this meeting favoring the moratorium just because of what has all been explained, is that let's put the brakes on everything and make sure we understand the rules, which we don't, there's no rules, and really establish what is best for the village of Ruidoso. And that's all that I had stated. It's, once it's all done, yes, I'm voting yes for it, but
So especially investors that are looking, going into a shop that, hey, I'm gonna give you $100,000 for a 10 by 10 area, but then the rules change there and then he's off the area, or it's not in compliant or anything like that. It was to save, or my thoughts was to save those early investments that would be coming in. So, but I like this. Good job, Zach, Tim, and that, but I just wanted to make that statement.
Anyone else?
And I will say, I really appreciate the discussion among
Yes.
everybody.
Yep.
I mean, whether we agree or not, there was some very well thought discussions in this, and that's what I appreciate about this,
Oh, yeah.
this council, is we can have those discussions and not start attacking each other about it.
Anybody else want to?
Wait till the next meeting.
Anybody want to attack Coughlin before we take a vote? Okay, we'll have a roll call, please.
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
No.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
No.
Counselor Eby.
Dang, I almost got to vote again.
Almost.
I almost
All right,
said
well,
no,
it
too.
passed. Okay, the resolution for whatever is directing staff to stay on top of it. To report back, and so when you go to the clerk's meeting or manager's meeting, then we'll have some additional information. Hopefully they'll be able to tell something for our law officers. Thank you, gentlemen, for showing up and spending all this time with us. You're welcome to come back anytime.
Yes, sir, and then I sent you the Camps Control Division, local jurisdiction stuff.
Yes, I saw that, and
So, yeah, because they have that signage stuff in there where they don't want you to limit anything, so.
right.
Yep.
Yeah, no, sad. Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Yeah.
Hey,
Appreciate your time.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for just the information, the way you presented it. It was
Yeah,
really good.
I do appreciate it. Okay, do we have any closed session items?
Yes.
Okay, so have I covered everything else on the agenda?
Think so.
I want to make sure I didn't
Surely.
ad nauseum.
I just wanted to ask Samantha if it's clear.
Okay, I need a motion to move into closed session, please.
Mr. Mayor, I move we move into closed session for discussion of limited personnel matters citing 1015-1H2 NMSA 1978. Item 2, discussion subject to the attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation in which the Village of Ruidoso is or may become a partner, citing 1015-1H7 NMSA 1978. And finally, item 3, discussion of the purchase, acquisition, and/or disposal of real property and/or water rights by the Village of Ruidoso, citing 1015-1H8 NMSA 1978. Any action taken as a result of the closed session will be brought back into open session.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion, and second. Roll call, please, Ron.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Eby,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Cornelius,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll move into closed session at this time, so we'll lose our folks on YouTube. Who? No. Okay.
And you got it.
You better take 10.
Take what?
10. You're losing half your.
No.
15, it's a long ways.
Well, I mean, we did a lot of talking, but I still,